Hey, loves, it's your girl MariahSincere, and I am back with another bomb live. Today, I have a very special guest in the building. I have a Colombian local who is going to come give their perspective on how locals feel about what's going on with the situation with the passport bros in Colombia. And I think what he has to say from his perspective will be very surprising to y'all. Now, I probably take a more moderate stance on this than he does, but I think it's very important for us to understand that how the local Colombian people feel is very important. Why? Because they vote. Their votes influence elections, and elections influence policy. So I know a lot of people feel like they can just bypass local opinion, but that's definitely not the case. What up, Travel Squad? First, the comment. All right, good to see you. Okay, so we are waiting on him, and he has to come get in the back. As soon as he comes up, we are going to start the interview. I'm very excited for this. Now, he has some very funny clips that I'm going to play before he comes up. So let me go to his TikTok page. Now, he's been keeping up with the little beef between me and the Homies Hub. And he has something to say about one of the comments that the Homies Hub made about Colombia being a Catholic country, yet having making a lot of money off of sex work. So let's see what he had to say.
It's sex work, but they're a Catholic country.
Okay, let me go back. I don't know if I heard that.
This country, one of their biggest pipelines of cash is sex work, but they're a Catholic country.
It says you have been visited by the Pope. Sound theology and salvation will come, but only if you submit to his authority.
Gee, I wonder what the Archdiocese of Medellin is going to say about this, especially with all the 100 parishes that it has under its ecclesiastical territory. Yes, it is a Catholic country. And guess what? Your country is mostly a Protestant country. And last time I checked, you guys didn't get rid of slavery till 2013. Oh, I'm not lying. So you see this? Till 2013. To add insult to injury, if you do a Google search, you'll find out that there is between 1 million to 2 million sex workers in the United States. At the lowest, 1 million. At the highest, 2 million. Compare that to Colombia, which as its most conservative number has about 7,000 people in change when it comes to sex work. Okay, and at its highest is 250,000. And let's not forget that many of them are Venezuelan. So if you take the Venezuelan variable out of it, it goes down. This means that the United States has more sex workers than the entire population of Cartagena.
Now, to be fair, Colombia is like a country of 30 million. Versus the United States is a country of over 300 million. So if you judge it by proportionality, it's not that much different. Colombia actually might come in higher, but I do he is making fair points when he's saying we're a Christian country, and just because we're a Christian country doesn't mean that we don't have our faults or things that we've had to work to improve. And what I will say, before he even comes up, I'm going to tell y'all, Colombia, and this is what I keep trying to tell people when they're like, oh, well, Colombia is allowing certain things. Y'all have to understand that Colombia is working on a lot of its problems, right? So, for example, and he'll talk about some of this when he comes up, Colombia just raised the legal age for marriage to 18, right? Yes, are they behind in certain things than the United States? Yes, but that's not the same as them not working on these issues. And so when a lot of the men in the community in the travel space are always pointing the finger at them for their faults, you got to think about it like this. And I've said this about the United States. Whenever we have illegal immigrants come into the United States and they commit crimes, the first thing people who are pro open border say is, well, Americans commit crimes too. Exactly. That's the point. When your house is on fire, you don't want to throw gasoline on the house. Now, I have a very conservative view. I feel I don't know. I'm going to get his perspective more on it. I'm not really sure. My view on passport bros is that they should, they should calm down the rhetoric, take it offline. Now, there are Colombian citizens who think that they should not be able to travel at all and engage in the sex trade in Colombia. So, that hasn't been something that I have said. I've always said that decision should be 1000% relegated to the Colombian people and the migration authorities, because ultimately it's not my decision, but I do think that the rhetoric should be toned down. Now let me continue with this.
One of the biggest cities, more than the entire population of Barranquilla, that is more than the population of Popayan, which has I think 250,000 people and is the capital of the Cauca department. It is more than the population of Mocoa, more than the population of Tumaco. That is more than Ginebra, that's more than Pradera, even bigger than Restrepo and Palmira combined.
Nuestra Señora del Palmar, Coche La Victoria y en Cartagena en esas carrozas, Teatro Materón, Parque Los Bomberos, ¿oíste? Parque del Azúcar.
Pero eso no es el parque, y eso es una libra de azúcar normal.
Parque del Azúcar.
Super Catholic. So we ain't gonna stop the money generator.
You see, people, he is the very example of why we cannot let just anybody into Colombia. The pure ignorance of this person hurts my mind. First of all, I want to tell you number one, all right? The reason why they're not going to stop it, not because it's a moneymaker. It is because it is for their protection. Many people have marched. Many people have fought very hard for their protection so they can have protections against people who go for the services. For example, if a person becomes violent with her, she can go to the cops. Second example, if a passport bro or a local doesn't want to pay her, she can go to the cops. I saw when Austin Holloman was getting into trouble, I saw that a passport bro was telling him on an interview that he went to Brazil and he didn't want to pay her the 100 reais, which is basically the money that they use over there. And he called her a 4-letter word and she made her cry because she needed that money for her child. That is abuse.
So that answers y'all's question. A lot of y'all are like, well, why don't they just make it illegal? Well, again, like Ray has explained here, a lot of these women, we had this go on in the United States, but to no avail. Our country has just decided to relegate that to criminality for both the sex worker and the person who was buying it. But these women, these people marched in Colombia for the right to be able to sell, box, and at the same time have protections. So you can't just go to Colombia and not pay a sex worker. The police are going to come and they're going to get you, they're going to rough you up. Versus in the United States, if you don't pay a sex worker, she has no recourse. She can't call anybody. That's why a lot of these women choose to have pimps, so that the pimps can rough you up or do something to you. But even that presents a dangerous situation dynamic for the woman.
Can go to the cops, okay? So that is what it's there for. It is not for your benefit, it is for their protection, and not just the women, men as well, and transgenders as well, okay? I can guarantee you by 100% that this guy does not even know that Colombia is in the middle of a civil war for the last 70 years. I can guarantee you that he doesn't know that the city of Medellin had 2 bombs that went off, maybe more than that, okay? But the ELN, which is the National Liberation Army, because all he does is to put his videos right here, there, dating in parquilleras. And now he is mad that the people of Medellin are kicking them out. What is burning his ego even more is the fact that a Black American woman is telling him to his face what the Colombians are saying, that you guys are getting into trouble. And no, don't make it about color, because I make videos about white passport bros too, including Asians.
Because she's a baby in Colombia and she's rocking out with her analytics and the commentary of other racist ass Latinos in her comments.
Except the vice president of Colombia is a Black Afro-Colombian woman.
Did y'all know that the vice president of Colombia was an African-American woman? Her name is Francia Marquez.
She does not want sexual tourists coming to Colombia. And you're just using this race card because you are trying to deflect from the fact that you are a sexual deviant and don't want to take accountability. Passport coffee! se te metiste en tremendo cañengue mal hablando de nuestro país. Vea, una cosita, Colombia se respeta. Si usted va a hablar de Colombia, bueno, papito, aquí estoy. Y para que sepa, yo no soy paisa, puro bayuno, yo. Mira, ve, chuspa. Para la gente que quieren ver qué está pasando, este tremendo sancocho, bueno, otro se metió con Colombia porque están votando los gringos de allá de Medellín. Y no se preocupe, aunque va a ser en inglés, le hago los subtítulos en español para que vean. What is up, everybody? How are we doing today? This is Rey Condor coming to you once again. So what we have is a new PP boy of the week, a new passport bro. See, the thing is that the passport bros are in style in Colombia, and they're just getting rid of them. So what are they doing? They're calling us racist. And on top of that, when you have a black American woman telling you, hey guys, if you don't change your behavior, they're going to get rid of you. And guess what? They start attacking her. So this person attacked both Colombia and attacked her in the same thing, saying very vulgar things, which I found very obscene. And you know what? That's, challenge accepted. You're going to talk about my people? And I seen you do a couple of videos, a couple of other Colombians. Listen, I can talk back. You think that we're all stupid. You think that we're all third world idiots, okay? And you have absolutely no idea about Colombian society, okay? Not about the Civil War, not about what's going on. You don't know about the echelons of power. And I'm here to correct you, okay?
Yeah, I think that was a very good video. So without any further ado, y'all, I present to you the man of the hour, Mr. Rey Condor. Y'all be polite to my guests. If you have any questions that you would like to ask during our conversation, I would ask that you please send it in a CashApp or a super chat.
What's up? What's up? How are we doing?
Today?
How you doing, my friend? How's everything?
Everything is good. Let me say hi to some of the people. Hey, what's up, Alexander? I'm not Afro-Colombian. I am African-American. Sarah, I'm African-American. I know I confuse everybody. I'm just saying hey to the chat. Hi, Bismarck. What's up? Travel Squad. Everybody that's here. Okay. Yeah, I saw you back there, Ray. I just wanted to kind of give an introduction. Okay. So okay, now before we get started, can you tell us a little bit about your background, what part of Colombia you're from, any experience that you had in the United States? Obviously, people will want to know because you speak great English.
Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you very much. Before I begin, I would like to let everybody know that Maria, she does speak very good Spanish. I have heard her speak, and she speaks very competently. So whomever wants to take lessons from her, trust me, she knows what she's doing. Don't listen to these other people up there criticizing. María, usted habla muy bien. No se preocupe que sí tiene mi apoyo.
Muchísimas gracias, mi amor.
Okay, well, to continue, I chose the name Rey Condor because throughout most of Latin America and South America, the condor is known as the king of the vultures. It's a very sacred animal towards the indigenous populations. In Colombia, we have about close to 60 different tribes and 99 different languages. And I do have friends who are indigenous in Colombia. And I chose that as something that represents all of us. I first started creating my channel because I wanted to help people go to Colombia. And I did see in one of your videos a long time ago that you used to watch Anthony Bourdain. I used to watch Anthony Bourdain, Andrew Zimmerman, travel the world and eat food. And I say, hey, maybe I could try that. Originally, I was very shy because I don't like being on camera. I'm not a camera person. I don't like being on lives. And then I would see people, real travelers, like not passport bros. I saw real travelers like during 2017 going to Colombia from Panama, couples paragliding. And I thought, okay, that's really nice. And then one day it happened. Me and my brother, we were just searching on the internet because Colombians are very curious people. We like to see what outsiders think of us. And then next thing you know, we saw these people walking down the street. How to get a Latina with a big booty. I'm like, what in the world is this? And then we had the guys with the creep cans walking around, where the prostitute areas are at, not Parquilleras, I'm talking about the dangerous areas of Bogota and stuff like that with hidden cameras. And me and my brother and my family members and friends were looking at each other like, whoa, this guy whoever's doing this can actually get themselves killed because you're not allowed to film there. Some of these women, like you said before, their family don't know that they're doing it, and they have pimps that watch out for them, and that could hurt them. And next thing you know, I ignored it for about a year or two. I tried to do a few videos here and there. It didn't work out. And then all of a sudden, I'm getting questions from my family, questions from my friends. And they're sending me videos. Hey, look at this gringo here. Hey, look at this gringo there. Why is he doing that? Why is he doing that? They're asking me, why are they being so disrespectful? Why are they being so lecherous? Why are they being doing this and this and this? And then so it came to the point where I just couldn't stand it anymore. And the thing that threw me off the edge was years ago in the city of Cartagena, there were about 4 older black men. They contracted a woman, and I could tell she was paisa by her accent and by, she was like very light skin color. I think she dyed her hair blonde. And these dudes made a deal with her that they will sleep with her for $100. $100, not each, $100 for all of them, right? They were arguing with each other with her because she agreed for a different price and they agreed for a different price, and they couldn't bring $25 each. And one of them slapped the phone out of her hand because she was filming her to putting him on blast. He slapped the phone out of her hand, and they were filming her doing that. They slapped the phone out of her hand, which is assault, by the way. She loses it because she's half drunk, and then she starts fighting with them. They are like this little. She's like, she must be like 5'1", and these guys are huge, like older guys, and they're struggling with her. She throws them against the wall. They're wrestling with her, and then they throw her out the door, and then one guy almost throws her out the down the stairs. And then I saw a longer video where the neighbors come out and they're trying to figure out what's going on. So they see here these foreigners standing with this young girl on the floor, and she's yelling auxilio, auxilio, which means help, help, help. And yeah, like and they got arrested. They paid the cops, and then they fled the country. The people in Cartagena, because I was in Cartagena at that time physically, because my ex-girlfriend that I showed you before, because I will visit her a lot. The people were ready to riot. They were going to go to the tourist sector and ready to riot. The mayor had to make a decree that these guys, the visas are revoked and they're not coming again. And people were mad and were saying different things. Who the heck do these people think they are? They come treat our country the way how they want to. And people are like, hey, well, you speak English. Why don't you speak for us? Because people don't understand that I have a lot of Spanish-speaking Colombians that are pushing me, including some people with millions of followers, like some influencers in Colombia. I've spoken with them. And they say, hey, you speak English, talk for us, because I'm very confrontational, as you can see in my videos. I don't care. They can come after me all they want. Like, I'm not making money off of this, And yeah, that was one of the reasons. And then I saw Mentuition. He was making a video, but then he was actually poking fun of her because she's yelling, auxilio, auxilio, and he's poking fun of her, auxilio, help, 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 poking fun of her. Like, who the heck does this guy think he is? Maybe they don't have the same respect for women in the United States, but in Colombia, you don't do that. If a guy hits a woman in Colombia, you will have the entire neighborhood coming after you, and they will beat you up, and they'll chase you out.
Well, they know they can't do that. Like, for example, with the whole recording thing, you can't even really just, unless you get the dancers permit. Like, let's say the men go to the strip club, right?
Yeah.
Now, some of them will go on the blade and where the working girls are, and they'll record, from a distance. But like, let's say if they were to go into an establishment like a strip club, where there are brothels in the United States that are on down. They know they can't go in there and record, and they know even if they go to the strip club, if you didn't get permission from the girls and the security, and the girls don't tell security no, it's okay. They know they get thrown out, and the security beat them up and take their money and all that. So especially if you go into like you go into them strip clubs in the hood. Thank you, Ethan Abroad. He says, what headset is the guest using? They sound nice. I need to get them.
I think this is, let me see which one this is. This is a JLab. Yeah, it's called JLab. Work to go.
JLab.
Mm-hmm.
JLab. I'm gonna put it in the chat. JLab.
I was used this for my last job. They gave it to me after I left.
Okay, yeah, that is. You sound very clear. Okay, so that was one instance where you saw that a girl was disrespected. Can I ask you about what time did you start seeing this becoming a problem? Not necessarily on the internet, but just on the ground where it was observable in real life.
I would say like around 2020. And the thing is that you would only see this like in like Medellin or Cartagena, in the cities where I come from, like Cali, because people always try to they think that all Colombians are paisas from Medellin, and I'm from the southwest part of Colombia, from the Cauca Valley. Different culture, different group of people. But when I would go to Cartagena, when I would go to Medellin, I would hear the locals commenting underneath their breath, who the heck these people think they are. And I will, one person will tell me, another person will tell me, and then I saw them with my very own eyes what they were complaining about. And I remember it's like 2021, like during the COVID pandemic, because I was there. and families were pretty resentful because people were getting resentful at that time. Restaurant owners, regular people from the streets, and I would just hear these comments. That's around the time when I would see it. You will kind of see like hints here and there, like 2017, 2018 on the net, but those weren't passport bros. Those were like the early group of people who wanted to travel. Like Sly, this one guy from Miami. Like they were really like going to like different cities in Colombia and stuff like that. Then they would like walk up to like random people, but especially the women. And we kind of ignored it at the time because it's the typical gringo. That's all I think about.
Now let me ask you, before like pre-pandemic. Oh, am I supposed to say that? Well, pre the y'all know what it was. Did you see? I guess I want to focus my attention because my audience is predominantly African American. So of course the race conversation is going to be brought up. Now, before 2020, were you seeing African American men in Colombia that weren't necessarily associated with all of
it? Was a different group. It was a different group of, I would see African Americans before that. And let me tell you something. Before the passport bro boom, people of African American descent from the United States were more than welcome. They were preferred. Okay, they were preferred because it was already a known fact that even years before the term passport bro became a thing, everybody knew what the white counterparts were going there for. Everybody knew that they were there for the women and for the like little kids. If you ever see like a white European, it will be like in a city like Santa Marta, maybe in Ibagué, because they were more cultural. They're going for culture. But Black Americans were very well. They were sought after. They were put up on a higher pedestal, on a higher standard. It's like every time a Black American came, it's like, oh my gosh, we wanted them. Please come, please come, please come, please film them. And we would take them to restaurants. We will have them hang out. But that was a different group of people. They weren't there looking for women and for drinking. And those were people who were really interested in culture. Those were people who were really interested. And like I said, I always give praise to Black American women, but even the Black men at that time, they will go to the smaller cities that most people don't travel to nowadays. That would involve themselves in cultural affairs and cultural festivals. Cali is a huge salsa capital. That will go down there, go to the salsa dance academies. December 25th is we have the salsa drome. We have like a huge, it's like a Mardi Gras of salsa, and you will see people from African Americans there dancing with us and being part of us and stuff. It was a different group of people back then. It was much different.
I could see that because like just Black people, any type of like. Most of the Black people that were probably coming before the whole pandemic that would even think to go down there, I'm already knowing what type of Black people, like Black people be happy to find other people with Afro roots anywhere around the world. So I'm already visualizing in my head what kind of Black people these were. So can you give me some characteristics of these Black people that stood out to you in terms of how they comported themselves, how they carried themselves?
They were more affluent, if I should say. They were very well mannered, very well spoken. They were curious about culture. Like I told you, I had invited you to, in August, they have what is known as the Afro-Colombian Festival. We celebrate Afro-Colombian heritage and Afro-Colombian Heritage Day. All of the people of Black descent from the Pacific Coast, they get together and they celebrate the cultures. You try like different foods. And you would see them there. Like you would see these Black Americans there, including white Americans there. But the ones that you saw there, they were very affluent, educated. They they were professionals. You never heard them curse. You never saw them get into fights. You saw them doing anything else. And they would even dare stray into cities where there weren't that many Black people. Like they would go into other areas, like where there's coffee regions, where it's more indigenous people. They would be like really wanted to be a part of the culture, and that's what stood out. And it was much different at that time. They had careers, they had culture, they were well established, they never spoke wrong, they never spoke ill will, they weren't getting into any trouble at all. You didn't see any fights, you didn't see any problems with women, any problems with other guys, any fighting among themselves. They were super cultured, and they still exist, by the way.
So yeah, I mean, there are plenty. Andre on Love Crossing Borders.
I don't like Andre. I'm sorry, he's an enemy of mine.
Why? Why might I ask? And if you don't want to say, you don't have to.
No, I'll say this because I want him to see, Mr. Andre, this is a message for you because you need to stop sending people after me. Mr. Andre has been trying to send people after me, trying to discredit my Colombian culture. He wrote to me from his wife's what we call YouTube page, and he said in Spanish, and I could tell it was him, including my brothers and my friends. We saw it because it said, "You are pushing the wrong buttons. You are not in Colombia. You're not in Colombia. You don't do anything for the country." Okay, if you're from Cali, because supposedly his wife is from Cali, right?
I'm sorry, Ray. You cut out. We cut out. You said Andre has been trying to discredit your Colombian. What? I didn't hear that part. Anything you said.
Yeah, he's trying to discredit my Colombian heritage because he wrote to me from his wife's YouTube channel, and he left me a comment saying that I'm not in Colombia, that I'm not a Colombian, that I don't do anything for the country, and he said in Spanish, and it said, "You are pushing the wrong buttons. You're not in Colombia, blah 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 blah." When my friends and family saw that, the first thing they said, "That's not her," because we don't say you're pushing the wrong buttons. That saying doesn't exist in Spanish, and especially from Cali. Because he lives in Cali supposedly, right? So I checked out whom it was, and it was her. I made a video to her in Spanish. Says, "Hey, I know who you are. I know who your husband is. And I was very respectful." Second time that he wrote to me from his wife's YouTube page on my channel saying, he's saying that he lives in Tampa, that he realized that the Colombians in the United States are different, and that something. He basically is trying to say that I'm not a real Colombian, that I'm Americanized or whatever. Okay, when all Colombians are Americans, which is dumb to say. And I responded to him saying that, hey, people in the diaspora do change, which is true. You have second generation and everything else. But I was born and raised in Colombia. I went to school there. I have Colombian citizenship there. I went middle school and high school there. I still have a WhatsApp group with my friends from Colombia, who don't speak any lick of English and stuff like that. And then I've been getting these group of people that keep coming after me in the comment section saying that they're gonna sue me, or that they Casey Redbeard was set up and everything else. And every time I look into the background, who do I have a connection with? Andre. And every time it's Andre, and I've been ignoring the process. But I want to say, Mr. Andre, if you're watching this, you need to stop trying to send your people after me, because it will not be nice. Okay, I'm a different type of Colombian. All right, maybe people think that I'm one of those type of paisas that are very polite and everything else, but caleños, supposedly, if you're in Cali, that Cali we move in a different way. So you need to stop, because I'll shut you down. Okay, because Mr. Andre, when I go on his webpage, Love Crossing Borders, what he's doing, Colombian women are better than black women, that feminism in the United States. All he does is to take down bad talk about the Colombian women, and I left him alone. The only reason why I make comments to people who are talking is if they're making attacks towards Colombians, right? But he's trying to come after me, and every time somebody comes after me, I look at the history. I go into social media, and what are they doing? They're talking to Andre, right? And that doesn't make sense, because when his wife spoke to me in Spanish, that's not how Caleños talk. We don't talk like that. We have a certain lingo. It's like, you're from Texas. If you're from, when somebody is from Austin, or when somebody is from Corpus Christi, when somebody's from a certain area, because they have a certain language, a certain idiom of talking like that. And he keeps coming after me, trying to send people after me, trying to pretend that I'm not a Colombian, that I'm not in Colombia and everything else. Because when you had left, I was going through all different parts of Colombia, and I filmed and I tagged him, and I tagged a couple of people. This is me in Colombia right now. Okay. And one thing that Colombians will never do, a Colombian will never tell another Colombian that you're not Colombian enough, even if they're born and raised in a separate country. So other groups may do that, but that's an American thing. And that's the reason why I have an issue with him. I've been ignoring him, and I'm going to leave it at that. But if he makes one more time, I'm going to make a video towards him, and I will basically confront him, because I don't like that kind of stuff. That's pussyfoot shit. Excuse my language. This is the first time you'll ever hear me cursing, because my temperature is starting to rise right now, and you don't see me curse that much. One of the worst three things.
Tu acento en español muy colombiano, suenas como Don Marcial en Sin Seno.
Yeah, so my accent, so my Vayuno accent, we say mira, como va, we have a different intonation than that. So I'll just leave it at that. So yeah, I don't really particularly have any like towards him. he leaves me alone, I'll leave him alone. But I had more than one person trying to come after me saying that they're going to sue me, that I'm not Colombian. What else are they doing? That you're not in Colombia right now? Oh yeah, I had this one guy. I forgot. He actually leaves me comments.
Go ahead.
He leaves you
No, no.
comments in your live sometimes. I forgot the guy's name. He said that he wanted to take me on a panel, and to go on his panel because he said that I'm not Colombian, that he has friends from Villavicencio, which is in the east, and Chocó and everything else. And I said, okay, fine. I said, if you're going to want me to go on a panel, we're going to go straight to the University of Valle del Cauca, because my cousins, female cousins, by the way, they're sociologists, anthropologists, psychologists, feminists, and we could sit there and we could get all the people and we could do like a live audience with you and your little friends talk about why I'm defending my country against passport bros and why you're telling me that trying to fight me against that and that I'm not a real Colombian. Okay? Because the reason why I fight so much is because I have influences from my cousins. My female cousins, sociologists, anthropologists, they work with the Archdiocese of Cali. An archdiocese is basically a territory ruled by a bishop, like 600 different churches. They go out, they're out there trying to help people find jobs. They're out there trying to help people get educated, sex education, feed the poor, and everything else. So you can't sit here and tell me I don't do nothing for my country, because I do good things for my country, but I'm not loud about it, Right. I'm sorry for going on a rant right there. It's just my pride, that opened up like that,
No, I understand. Where do you think the disconnect is between you and him? And I'm not trying to I just want to know, why would your Colombian heritage even come into play? Because when from an outsider looking in, of course, I don't agree with the whole Black woman. And here's the thing. I've listened to Andre and I agree. Here's the thing. I'm a type of person, I try to find agreement where I can find agreement. So I don't agree with him or any of the men. I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that they say about American Black women. I came from a Black woman, and what I have found is a lot of these men are willing to make exceptions for other groups of women who might engage in some of the same
100%.
behavior.
Yeah.
But at the same time, where I feel like we can find agreement on is Andre is constantly, criticizing the men that are coming down there just to do pay for play and essentially use the country as a brothel. So I guess my question is where is the disconnect between y'all two to where that would even, your nationality would even come into play?
But that's the thing. I have never talked about him. I never inferred him. I never mentioned him. So I don't know where this is coming from. The thing is that people feel a certain way because when they see me making my videos, they come in halfway. They only see like a 2-minute part of a 2-minute section of my video, and they automatically think that I'm attacking a certain group. For example, I have a group of people on the internet. They think I'm only attacking white passport bros, and they call me a racist. And then I have another group of people that think I'm only attacking the black passport bros, and they call me a racist. So both black and the whites are calling me racist. And they're saying that why don't you talk about the other side? And they throw each other under the bus. So I'm assuming, I could be wrong. My interpretation is that he feels that
both of them are calling you racist. Yes, I have seen that. Anytime, it's not just him. Anytime a Colombian says anything, and it's even been said about me. Instead of people addressing the behaviors, the argument is they just don't want to see Black men travel. And it's once that's said, it's conversation shut down. We've pulled the race card. And now we can't even have a conversation about the behavior because now you're having to go back and forth and defend whether or not you are or not a racist. And I've gotten to the point where I'm call it what you want to call it. Because I'm not going to keep going back and forth about whether or not I am or am not racist. Call it what you want to call it. Let's continue on with the discussion about the behavior, right? It gets very, very exhausting. And it's something that we have dealt with. It's something I've dealt with my community. Growing up in the African-American community, certain things, and we want to make better in our community. There are certain people who, as soon as you're trying to have a conversation to change or improve our situation, it's the racism, and it's okay, we can't even move forward here.
I would say is this. I think there's some people, not everybody, because we cannot generalize everybody into one group, but certain people, they don't want to take accountability. And what they do is they try to do a deflection. I'm not sure if you ever heard this Colombian YouTuber who he films from Cartagena, a black Colombian. His name is Carlos. He's called the Colombian
Oh,
Guide.
I'm gonna have him on soon.
He made a video and he was very straightforward, and he says, guys, I never see such a group of people blame everything on race. If a glass
I
falls
saw
on the
that.
floor, it's because I'm black. If because this is because I'm black, if this because I'm black, if this because I'm black. And he says, come on guys, it's not that big of a deal. In Colombia is black people much more accepted. Does racism exist? Yes. I mean, I was going to make a video. There was a guy who went 2 years in jail because he was very racist towards a traffic cop in Cali. But other than that, it's much more open. I'm not trying to deny that it doesn't exist, but it's much more open towards people of color than the United States, because the United States is like racism on steroids. And I think that when people come from the
think
United States to
so?
other countries, oh, everything
I
here.
have to
Listen,
push back on that.
Mhm.
I have to push back on that.
let me finish my idea. Let me finish my idea, and you can push back on that. I didn't know what race was till I came to United States. I got cousins who are black Afro-Colombian, right? My cousin Milena, my cousin Jose. My cousin Jose was like Michael Jackson before he started changing color. You know, he had the Jerry curl and everything else, looked like Michael Jackson. He get all the women in the world. And when it came to to United States, he's not your cousin. What do you mean? Because he's black. Well, what do you mean he's black? He's my cousin. Well, he's not your cousin because he's black. I said, no, he's my cousin. He goes, but he can't be because he's black. I said, no, he's my cousin. You know, and I remember coming home and crying to my mom and said, what do you mean he's not my cousin? That's when I realized that there was a separation between ethnicity and color and nationality. Okay, now we can go.
Okay, no, I think in the United States we talk about racism a lot more. It's something that we have in the forefront of our mind. A lot of just race, race, race. And I'll be quite honest, the reason like the minority communities use race a lot to bully the majority. It just is what it is. Like,
It happens.
but
It happens.
in terms of structural racism, in my opinion, from what I've seen, Latin America has the structural racism that the United States thinks it has, but doesn't. So I tell people this all the time. The United States of America is the best place to be if you're a Latino and if you're an African American. There's no other country in the world where you can start, an African American person can start in the hood and work their way up to a six-figure job, or to be a millionaire, or work their way up to have a very, very important title. Whereas in Latin and even the poorest blacks in the United States live much better than a lot of the middle class in Latin America. And, you know, for example, most of my family members own their houses and they own cars, and everybody in my generation, with the exception of a few, went to college. And, you know, and mind you, like my generation, we grew up in the hood and we're all well off. And what I've observed in Latin America is that Black or Afro people have a very difficult time escaping that type of poverty.
Indigenous also.
And I indigenous also, right? And I also have I have a friend who's a business owner in Medellin, and he was telling me that he has a friend who was Afro-Colombian, and beautiful girl, bright, intelligent, went to college, and she went to go work for this major company in Medellin, and they told her, we want to hire you, but the problem is the rich Colombians here are not going to take well to you, so we have to send you to Cali. And like, these are things where a Black person can get hired anywhere in the United States. There's no such thing as, oh, we have to move you to another city because of your skin color. No, if you're competent, they're going to give you the role. And you're more likely to see, for example, in Medellin, the highest position that I've seen a Black person working in a Medellin, I will see some Black women who are pharmacy techs every now and then. But most of the Black population is relegated to stocking shelves or driving trucks or working.
I'm going to say something that's going to get me in trouble with my own Colombian people.
Okay.
Okay. If you go to Cali, you will actually find black people who are in higher positions, doctors, lawyers, positions of higher power. If you go to Medellin, you won't see that, because the thing is that, and then this is probably going to end up biting me in the butt, and I'm going to get a big backlash, is a very conservative city. The conservatives, and there's a civil war between conservatives and liberals in Colombia. You have the communists and fighting in the jungles and stuff like that. If you go to more liberal cities, you will find more people of color in higher positions. If I can say that. And I'm gonna expand on what you're saying. You're 100% correct. You have greater, what the United States has superior to Colombia is, it has done away with certain classes. You're able to rise in power because not based upon your skin color, but based upon your merit and your education. And yeah, it does exist in the United States, but people can still succeed. Be a person of color, be Jewish, be gay, and still be a very person of power in society. I did a study with this, and because I was talking to a Jamaican friend of mine, and I want to expand on what you're saying. Colombia, South America, and the United States has two different systems of racism. United States, you have systemic racism. In Colombia, you have economic racism. Colombia is a very classist society, right? They judge you. There's an old saying in Colombia: your color does not dictate your class dictates your color. Meaning that if you're a higher class, they have more respect. Unfortunately, because remember how I told you my cousins are Black Colombian? Well, they're half Black Colombian. I spoke to their full Black Colombian cousins and I asked them about racism. He says, Papi, what you need to understand is this. In the neighborhood, in the barrio, everybody can mix. I can go out with your daughter, I can marry your daughter and everything else. But when it comes to getting a job, they're not going to let you get that. Because it turns out that the lowest classes are the people of color, indigenous people, people who are of African descent. And it's hard for them to get out of that. And they keep them in that specific class. This is the reason why you have this class-based system in Colombia, right? Versus in the United States, it's very systemic, meaning that they're taught that certain people of color is wrong, but you can still raise yourself out of that, get money, get power, and everything else. Like Oprah Winfrey is like a billionaire. Yeah, they'll be racist towards her, but she got her money. Versus in Colombia, it's hard for you to get out of that class. But once you get out of that class, they'll see you as if you're a white person, if that can make sense. And it's wrong. Yeah. I know it's wrong. It's just a different flavor of racism. That's all it is.
I say this, I would much rather, if I had to choose to be born into a society, I would much rather choose to be born somewhere like the United States, because it really doesn't matter your opinion as long as I can get to the money. It doesn't matter. And one thing I have noticed about white Americans, as much as we like to act like they're the worst in the United States, white Americans, honestly and truly, regardless of their opinions of other races of people, and a lot of it is opinions that we just project a lot of the times, or we just assume because of cultural differences in the way that they handle things. But white Americans have no emotional investment in trying to keep other races of people down. They genuinely don't. I'll give you an example. If a white American is a business owner, and they might not, white Americans are like this. They could not even like the race you come from, or like your race. If they feel like you are beneficial to the objective in the end that they are trying to meet in their business, they are going to promote you. If they feel like you serve a purpose, they don't have any emotional investment. What I see with a lot of Latinos is that classism produces a lot of emotionalism. So it's like a lot of them are emotionally invested in people being below them so that they're not at the bottom, right? So with that emotional investment, it causes you to make irrational decisions. Whereas you might have done yourself a favor by actually promoting the indigenous person or the Afro-Latina so that they could help your company. What you do is just choose to pick amongst you when the person of a different race might have been better for the job. And again, this is something that a lot of people in the United States, especially minorities, especially African Americans, because we idolize other races and we demonize white people so much, a lot of them, when they're going to these Latin American countries, are not paying attention to these social structures, especially because them having an American passport insulates them from a lot. So they're like, oh my God, it's so great being Black here. And it's like, were you born here? Are you working for pesos? No, you are a completely different class of person. You're a completely different class here when you come here. That is why it has nothing to do with whether or not people do or do not accept you because you're Black. Thank you, Ethan Abroad. My last Afro-Latina girl was a store manager. A lot of Black women in Cali are in high positions and doing well. I only date Afro-Latinas in Cali. So that's true. In Cali, that Black women do well. I've heard this too.
Black Colombian women from Cali. Oh my gosh, they're different. Like, you saw my ex-girlfriend that I showed you in person. She's a light-skinned Black girl. Her father is blacker than night. Her mom is a half indigenous mix, and she has straight hair because of her grandma. But I met her father. We call him father-in-law. So I spoke to him because he lived in Bogota. He was an ex-soldier, and he told me he was not able to find a job in Bogota. The most he could do, he could be a security guard. And he said that he faced a lot of problems in that. And this is why you have a lot of different social issues in Colombia. Because of the civil war, a lot of the people who are fighting in the jungle, the communists and the socialists, which ethnic group of people joined them the most? Because that's what their socialists will say. Capitalism is bad. It's a racist system, blah, blah, blah. Whether it's right or wrong, I'm not saying, but that's just how they promote themselves. So you have a lot of people of African descent, a lot of people of indigenous descent. And unfortunately, it turns out that in Colombia, the people with the most money and the power had to be people of lighter skin color. And this is a system created by Spain. Spain created a system of whiteness. You had the pure European descent, and then you had the criollo. The criollo was basically a white person, but born in Latin America, but they were still considered underneath that. And then you have the mestizo. Mestizo is half Indian and half European. And you have the castizo. Castizo is indigenous mixed with person who's already mixed. And then you have the mulatto, like my cousins. You know where the word mulatto comes from? Mule. The mule, the donkey. So that's where you get the word mulatto from. And then you have zambo. Zambo is a person who is African descent and indigenous mixed. And then you have raizal. Then you have, and then you have all these different classes. And after Spain had left the colonialized mindset, it created this classes-based system in Latin America. And you're right. Once a person from the United States arrives, their U.S. passport insulates them from that. They're protected from that. Because I'm not sure if you noticed, I heard from American Black people that they were treated a certain way. But as soon as they speak English, bing, how can I help you? Yeah, come on. No, I'll get some drinks. Here you go. Here you go. But come on, you sit down with me. But before that, they weren't letting you sit with you.
Yeah,
I mean, it's there, but it's not there.
What I try to explain is like when they try to sell that fantasy of like, oh, in America, we're the most hated, but everywhere else they love us. And it's like, that is absolutely like, again, it has nothing to do with your skin color. Like, and here's the thing. I don't even want to like keep getting into that. It's just not true. It's just not the reality of the matter.
Well, let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. It's like somewhere in between. I'm gonna let you finish, but real quickly, you saw what they did with Brazil, right? They were trying to breed the African people out. So what they did is they tried to mix the people a lot quicker than, like, say, the United States, were still segregated. So it's kind of like more palatable version of racism. And that's why when you go down there and say, oh, no, we're not racist. It doesn't exist. It does exist, but it's like in the background, That's so in your face. Go ahead.
Alexis says, successful Black American males are also dating out and have lighter mixed children, aka mejorar la raza. So I get a lot of criticism because of my dating choices. I think because I'm biracial, people think that there's a mentality in the United States that if you're a biracial woman, then you should be dating dark-skinned African-American men only. And if that's not the only thing that you're dating, then you're like, I don't know, the worst thing, or you're an op, or you don't like Black men. But I have dated every shade of Black men. I've always dated Latinos and Black men. What I will say is I have dealt with this mentality, being biracial, of like Black men, especially dark-skinned Black men, saying, oh yeah, we're going to have mixed babies. And I have to explain to them, sir, if I have a child with you, that child is gonna be predominantly like African American. You know, like that child is going to be predominantly Black. That child is probably going to come out looking more like you. You know, you have to go for what you're looking for. You need to go find like a white woman, you know, like a real, like a pure white woman. I'm not going to be able to do it for you, but it caused so much fatigue for me when I was dating in the United States, to be honest, because everything was about my race and my like, oh, they would come ask me, what are you mixed with, before they would ask me my name. And that is one thing I will say when I date Latinos don't give a damn. My racial background is not important. Like, you speak Spanish, okay. You know what I'm saying? It's not important. It's not important. It's not like a fetishization. Does that make sense?
No, it does make sense. And I want to say that I'm sorry if I kept cutting you off. I was just getting excited to the conversation. I should, let you finish your ideas. But to continue, the thing about Latino men, most Latino men, we're just a bunch of horn dogs. Just put a skirt on her and that's it. She'll be fat, skinny, transgender. So, they'll go for that. There's always something. There's a saying in Colombia: "Entre gustos no hay disgustos." Between likes, there's no dislikes. Some people like fat girls. Some people, for example, I have friends from where I come from in my city that they'll only date light-skinned girls, and I have other friends who only date Black women. But general Latinos don't care. Like, as a woman, okay, fair game. You're in Dominican Republic. Come on, that.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Latinos don't really have, like, most Latinos will date any race of women. They're not like, you know what I'm saying? They're not particularly. They don't really have any respect of a person. Like, they know respect as a person. Like, you look good to them, you look good to them, and they don't spend too much time stressing about skin color. You know what I'm saying? That's not really their thing. Okay, so let me ask you. What do you think, what outcome do you think the majority of Colombians, just based on what you're seeing, want to see come out of this situation in terms of the passport bros, what's going on with the media, these elections? What do you think they genuinely and honestly want? What would make them happy?
Okay, well, this is a perfect question. The general rule is this: Colombia's, like, we really don't care. Like, the passport bros in my comment section, you're just mad that I'm a Black man, I got a bigger penis, I'm taking. I don't care. Like, I really don't care. I don't care. Just don't hit the women, don't touch the kids, and that's it. Everybody's gonna be happy. But the problem is this: with the whole passport bros issue, that most of the Colombian population is having a very large disdain towards passport bros. Now, I'm going to say this: there's two different groups, because I was talking with my brother before. How should I word this? There's two different types of Colombians. Outside of the cities where they receive a lot of foreigners and a lot of tourists, most people don't know what the word passport bro is, or if it even exists. Now it's becoming a part of the lexicon. You'll see it in the news now. We have always known as a one thing: sexo turistas, sex tourists, right? And we always seen the single male foreigner, the single male traveler, as a sex tourist. Whether you like it or not, that's just how it is. Even if an English-speaking Colombian goes there, they're going to see you as that until they get a chance to know you.
Wait, I have a real
uh-huh.
quick before I forget this. A very important question. What do you have to say? Because online there are plenty of men who are making the case that y'all are describing them as sex tourists because y'all are uneducated as to what a passport bro actually is. And they are of the belief that if they just give you the definition of what they consider to be a passport bro, which is a man who is leveraging his dollar and traveling to find a more traditional wife, they are of the belief that if they just educate you on this terminology, that you will accept that. What do you have to say to these men?
No, I'm not accepting that, because I've had plenty of those guys come after me, and they came after me in groups, and I actually made friends with one of them who actually found a good wife. I found out that the reality is this: the vast majority who are going there are going for sex tourism. Yes, there is this very small group of people that generally want to find a relationship, but the majority, from what I have seen, from the groups that I have been in, because I've snuck into those groups, and I see what they talk about, the majority of you are not doing that because they say, "Oh, I want a traditional wife," and I show them a traditional woman from Boyacá, which is from the far northeast, and those women are so traditional that they cover from head to toe everything. They put on the cap, they have the ponytails, they put a veil on, everything. Do you think that these passport bros want a woman like that? Yeah. Do you want them to cook for you? Yeah, that's fine, but you're gonna have to go to church with them every Sunday. And when the Christmas time comes around, during December 6th, 7th, which is the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin Mary, you're gonna have to sing the villancicos, which is basically a group of prayers toward remembering Jesus Christ's death and birth. How many of these passport bros do you see them doing that? Involving themselves with family, going to the cultural affairs. Listen, my youngest brother, who knows nothing about passport bros, right? In the United States, he's a plumber, and he called me up, say, "Hey, I met this guy," and he said he calls himself a passport bro. I say, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Man, I love Colombia." He goes, "Well, where have you been?" Medellin. "How many times have you been there?" "Oh, I've been there 10 times in 1 year." And my brother looks at him like, "Yeah, I know what you're up to. You've been to Medellin 10 times in 1 year. Yet you don't know the difference between a paisa from Medellin, a paisa from Armenia, a paisa from Pereira, a paisa from Dos Quebradas, a paisa." There's different variations of paisas. You don't, like, these guys don't know nothing. Who are you trying to kid? You guys are not trying to kid. You're not fooling nobody. You think the Colombians are dumb. We know what you're up to there, homeboy. We call something called la malicia indígena, which means the bad intent of an indigenous person. Okay? If you tell me you're going to Colombia 6 times in 1 year and you don't know nothing else except Medellin, nothing else except Parqueras, you think I'm going to believe you? You haven't been to Bogota. You haven't been to Villavicencio. You haven't been to Ibagué. Colombia is known as the land of the 1,000 rhythms. There's different types of music, and I tagged you in some of the music. There's African sokus, which is champeta in the north. If you go far south, there's pasillo. If you go to Pacific, then you have bambuco negro, which is black bambuco, and then you have white bambuco, which is European. I don't see any guys in this. What do? They go straight to the club, they drink the Hennessy, and they listen to American rap music. Who are you trying to kid? And then you're trying to pick up a woman with tattoos and big boobs and everything else, because that is what we call a narco Barbie. Okay, when Pablo Escobar was around, and when the cartels were in charge, what they used to do, they used to make the women's operate them and put everything in there, like, we call them tumbaviones, the plane destroyers, because the boobs are like missiles. Who are you trying to kid? And then I show you, okay, fine, look, there's a nice woman from Pasto, but she's more too indigenous. Oh, let me show you a woman from that. And let me ask you a question. Why is it that most of these passport bros, when they go there, they always get a nice little white paisa? And I always get telling people, hey, go to Cali. We got Afro-Colombian Heritage Day. Hey, go to Buenaventura. There's a lot of people of African-American heritage. You can go to the Southeast where the Amazon is at. There's a nice, beautiful women there, cultural. They speak more than one language.
I think the ones that like Black women, they go to Cartagena. I have seen them go with and then in Cartagena, there's a lot of caleñas there. Beautiful. And I have seen them with the dark skinned caleñas. It's a lot of Venezuelans, caleñas. So it's like if you like the more white paisas, they go to Medellin. If you want somebody that looks like me or darker skin, they go to Cartagena.
But where are they finding these women? They go right to the clock tower. They go to the wall city. My girlfriend, I didn't meet her on by the clock tower. I met her through a friend of a friend, and I didn't meet her inside the clock tower. Every time I go to Cartagena, I stay outside of the wall city, far away from the tourists and the foreigner, where the regular people are. I'm talking about nurses, doctors, house cleaners, and everything else. Just regular people. Just regular people. You don't see any passport bros out there. What are they doing? They're walking around the wall city because that's where all the prostitutes walk around. Everybody knows that. Come on, we all know that. So when the people tell me, "Oh, I'm there to look for to the," who are you trying to kid, bro? No, I'm not. I don't believe that. My brother doesn't believe that. My cousin doesn't believe that. My friends don't believe that. Nobody believes that. My friends in Cartagena won't believe that.
So do you think at this point, do you think the locals want the sex tourism to completely stop? Or do you think that they would be okay with it if the men just stop putting it online? What do you think would make the most happy?
Yeah, the thing is, we don't care. Like, you want to have fun, go have your fun. Do it in private. Okay. I don't need to see that. That's the whole thing. Stop making, number one, stop making a big spectacle out of it online. And number two, stop sharing, filming it and showing it with everybody else. And please stop fighting with the women. If you have a disagreement, go to the cops. Don't do that. It looks crass and very vulgar and everything else. Calling them the B word and stuff like that. Even if they are prostitutes, you don't talk like that about the women. I'll give you the best example. At 2022, at the end of the P word that you mentioned, I took a Samoan friend of mine and we went there to Cartagena, and I have a lot of friends that were showing me around, and he said, "Hey, I'm hungry." Around 12 noon time, my friend goes, "I know a good place, a burger spot in the walled city," because he works close by. He works in Getsamani, which is the backpacker area. So we went behind the walled city, found a nice burger place. We're sitting down, pretty nice, and then all of a sudden we see two people of color, and I'm not making this about race, and each of them had two women each. Okay, and I have to blame the women also because they're at fault. They should know better. And so I'm sitting in the inside, looking to the outside towards the walled city because it was super hot outside. They were sitting in the shade, and they had these women twerking. And then next thing I know, I hear a grumbling noise, and I look up, and I see the owner of the restaurant, and he's looking down. He's still gringos quien se cree. Who the heck do they think they are? Who do you think these gringos think they are? So what do you mean? Look outside, and I see these women twerking, and he says, "Don't you see those women over there?" And I look to my right, which was another doorway going to the outside. Nuns walking by, women with strollers and the little kids. Don't you think that looks terrible? Don't you think that's very bad?
I have to push back. A little bit. Right. No disrespect, but I gotta push back. Guys, if y'all have a question, Rico, got you. Yeah, we can definitely meet up. Send me a message or friend request me or hit me up on Instagram. MariahSincere is my Instagram page. If y'all have a question for Ray, please send it in a Cash App or a super chat, and I will make sure your question gets answered. Now, with that said, I went to El Centro, right? Over there by El Hueco in Medellin. And just like a couple blocks behind like the main Catholic church, the girls was over there selling cootie cat. And my homegirl, who is Colombian, says that there is a Catholic church where the women are selling the gata from inside the Catholic church.
Inside the church?
Yes.
No, that's very wrong. I heard of. I have gone around there before years ago just to see what it was like. But inside the church is extremely immoral.
But she was saying there's like another church, not that one that's in the center in El Centro. She's saying there's another church where they be out there, they be selling it out the church.
Then that's extremely wrong and immoral of them. I think that they need to look into that. That needs to be stopped right away. They need to speak to the local bishop to basically do an investigation. That is very wrong. And like I said, when the girls were dancing, they know what they're doing. I have to place the blame on the women also who allow this type of behavior. Who allow this type of, and I've seen people fight with them also. And I understand they got to make their money, but there's got to be a certain line because the original thought was it has to be done in private. And I want to tell people this for the ones who are watching. This is not everywhere, okay? This is not everywhere. If you ever go to my city, where I'm from, Palmira Valle del Cauca, which is a smaller town, okay? Never would you see that. And if the prostitutes hang out like in a very dark corner at night, you don't see this out in the open. You don't see this. You don't see that in Cali. You don't see that in Tuluá. You don't see it like in the valley. You don't see it in the other cities. It's only if you notice that, like you said before, people don't go anywhere else because they don't have this large venue for these people to do this outside in the streets. You go to any of the large cities, you will not see that. Tunja, Tuluá, Mocoa. Only in Parquilleras where you see them like walking around hundreds like it's like just like normal day-to-day activity. That's not a normal thing. I wish I would have met up with you when I went to when I not went to Colombia, when I went to Medellin, because I went to Medellin. By that time you had left because I did like a 7-city tour.
Hey Drew, shout out to everybody in the chat. I don't want y'all to think I'm neglecting y'all today. Hey, Celebrate Life 1K. It's not that I'm neglecting y'all. I'm trying to like stay engrossed in the conversation so we don't.
Yeah, we're having a good combo here.
It's a very good conversation because I mean, so much online. I see these and part of it is because a lot of the Colombians can't you're blessed in that you can speak both English and Spanish, so you're on both
Yeah,
sides.
I'm
And
fluent in
like when
both.
I've tried to talk about these things with people, they're like, well, who are you? Oh, I guess you're the expert in Colombia. And it's like, no, I'm coming and telling y'all what they're saying because they said this to me in Spanish. And if you follow the meme pages or you follow a lot of these Instagram pages where they're giving the news in Spanish, like you will see that they're saying the exact same, they're saying worse.
Yeah,
So
I'm
it's
actually
like,
holding back.
no, I know that you're holding back. Like I've seen some things. I've seen them calling for like the unaliving of like I've seen it all. Like, and I think that in the travel space, they don't know how much of a fine line they're really walking right now. But to me, it's so obvious because every time something bad happens to one of the passport bros, the unaliving is celebrated. And I don't think they're paying attention to that enough. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not. So for example, me, I'm the type of person, I may not necessarily agree with something that somebody is doing, but if something bad comes of it, I can look at it like, oh yeah, well, you increase your risk of something bad happening to you when you engage in risky behaviors. But I don't think that should have happened to you. Like I don't think that you should be unalived, or I'm not like, but like they don't understand that there's so much anger bubbling beneath the surface
That's
that
what I'm
a
trying to
lot of
avoid.
the Colombians are like, yeah, good riddance. Like, yeah, like, and they don't get it. And a lot of Americans, especially like the men that I hear in this travel space, when they talk about it, it's like, well, hey, they need our dollar anyway. So they're going to have to put up with it because they need our dollar. What do you have to
That's
say
very
to
disrespectful. Okay, well, before that, I would just like to say something you were saying in the beginning. It's bubbling up. One of the reasons why I go online is because I'm trying to warn people, say, hey, things can get violent for you because once people get fed up, they're gonna take to the streets and you're gonna have 300 people coming after you, and you could be just a regular tourist just walking by, and they're gonna say, hey, here's a passport, bro, and just come after you. I'm not sure
they?
if you were
They
here during.
hold on real quick. I don't think they understand. So I watch videos all the time of locals beating the hell out of one person, like a Colombian citizen, beating the hell out of them. What do they call it?
We call it. Well, there's more than one
Poloterapia.
thing. More than one thing. Paloterapia, which means stick therapy, the community massage, or pega la piñata, hit the piñata. you know.
Yes. And they will beat like they be beating they ass like it ain't nothing. And I think that a lot of because they haven't seen that happen yet, they think that kind of stuff is not going to happen. But I will remind y'all, I covered those riots that took place in Mexico. And Mexican people, as much as they like to protest about deportations in the United States, they act a fool over legal and illegal immigration. And like I literally saw at the end of 2024 when the Mexican citizens went and found every gringo owned business that was in Mexico City, and they tore that shit up, and there was nothing the police could do. There was nothing. The gringos had to get out the way. They looted and busted them businesses up. So I think because things like that, though, yes, we have rioting and looting, but but the police are more likely to like move in, and there's more likely to be consequences. And even the looting that we have, it doesn't touch what goes on in these other countries.
No,
I
it
think a
doesn't.
lot of the American citizens are just completely blind to what could happen if we continue to like poke the bear.
I want to share something with you. It has happened a few times already. It just hasn't gone in the news over here. There was an article I read where an American citizen died, and they think it could have been because he was fighting with his Colombian girlfriend, United States citizen because we're Americans, and they say that he died because of multiple physical trauma, and they think that people gave him the communal massage, And I've seen it in Cartagena. I got friends who have seen it in Cartagena before. I'm talking about like 2020,
They're quick to
2019.
do it in Cartagena.
Yeah. But the thing is, the people of the coast, they have fiery temper.
Mhm.
That's why I like girls. That's why I tend to go for women who have bad tempers. I don't know why. I don't know, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it has happened. It has happened where like people have gotten ganged up on a tourist because they were hitting a woman or misbehaving with a woman. They beat the crap out of them. You just haven't seen the news, you know. But I have seen it. I have seen it. And going back to your original question, what do we think about the people that say that they're going to take the money away from us? I laugh in their face. I come from an area where we don't see any gringo, and if you were to see one, it would be like seeing a ghost, maybe like once every 10 years. And the small municipalities around there, because my grandma's from the mountains, they have never seen an American dollar. The people who benefit the most are the ones who are in the area of the tourism. So if they were to leave and take the American dollar somewhere else, yes, local tourism in Medellin is going to suffer. Where I come from, Cali, Palmira, Buitrera, we never seen that money. And people don't know that in the north right now, the state or the department of Guajira, is a mostly desert. There's a shortage of water. People are dying of thirst. Has your American dollars gone there to help them out? Whether you come or whether you leave, it's not going to affect the rest of Colombia. It's only affecting a certain area. And guess what? Where most of the Colombia gets is revenue from oil, production of minerals, emeralds, production of flowers, and everything else. Like about, was it 48 to 50% of Colombia exports is oil. So if you were not to do there, to disappear, they don't care. Especially the more powerful criminal organizations like the militias and stuff like that. They don't get the money off of that. So it's not gonna bother me. I laugh in your face. Okay, what, you're gonna starve me? I'm already starving. I don't see your American dollars. you know.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
think
see.
people also like underestimate when people. I've heard this, like some of the men have said this too.
Uh-huh.
But I'm always going to fight against the anti-blackness. But it's not really,
Yeah,
Ellis. It's not really anti. So before you join the conversation,
blackness.
Ellis. Before you join the conversation, Ellis, Ray was talking about how Rona, Corona, pre-Corona, there were black people in general and black men that were in Colombia, and he was saying that they were actually the preferred tourists because at that
Preferred.
time, the kind of black because they always pretty much associated the white men kind of being a little bit weird, and we know why. But the black tourists would come and they would engage with the culture. And you
Hmm.
already know, Ellis, when we think about these type of like black people, you know them black people that love to find black people wherever they go, those
Hmm.
more like Afrocentric, spiritualists, black people. And he was saying that they were more affluent, very well educated black people. So at that time, they were actually the preferred tourists. And then
Yeah.
all of this stuff online blew up around the corona. And then they started seeing a different kind come in. But Ray has made because I follow him on Instagram. He's always putting white men on blaster. And really anybody that come to Colombia and act up, he's very much equal
You know
opportunist.
who's the worst? You know who's the worst
Who?
offender I ever met my entire life? A racist Korean from
What a
Los
racist.
Angeles. He was Korean, and I still
What
have
did
yet to
he
make a
say?
video about him. Huh? Oh, he
What
said
did
that
he
Colombians. He said that Colombians have lower IQ. He said that we're not as educated. He said that all our food is terrible and blah blah blah. He said that we're all
uh,
the same and everything else and like that. He was one of the people that helped me jumpstart. He thinks that I created the channel for him, but I didn't. He was just like I created the channel and I was kind of backing off, and then I saw him an idiot like him, and I mentioned him every once in a while, Mr. J. You know, Korean, very condescending. You know.
uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. I think it's to like bringing up the conversation of race. Cause like me, I'm like, okay, I think about it like this. In the United States, African Americans already have a very bad reputation, right? And yeah, some of that is due to history, but a lot of it is also due to every time we do try to clean up within our community, nobody wants to do anything about it, you know? So it's like, let's say uh white person or somebody outside of our race criticizes us, then we're like, we'll handle what's going on in our house, right? And then when the people within the house try to say, hey, y'all, this is going on, we need to fix this, then it's you want to be white or you're Uncle Tom. So it's like there's never any progress. So I say, okay, if Black people are like traveling more, we're traveling abroad more, we have an opportunity, because a lot of what people in other countries have seen of African American people is portrayed through Hollywood images. And that's not necessarily the best either.
Yeah.
Though some people might have positive images if they're thinking about like Michael Jackson, Jackson 5, that's another big one, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's like we have an opportunity to, while it's like this is on the rise of Black people just traveling more, we have an opportunity to show people something different, to show people a different side. And I think that the way that this faction of the Passport Bros movement conducts themselves online is counterproductive. And then when we try to say something about it and call them out, then it's like we're being anti-Black. And I'm like, bruh, you're the one being anti-Black. You're the one that's slowing up progress. You're the one that's being counterproductive. You're the one that's like misrepresenting, because let's be clear, all that tricking, that's not even cool. If you go to the United States, American Black men be like, nah, I ain't tricking. Like, that's not even a part of our culture in the United States. African American culture to be doing all the tricking that these men come down here and do. So it's like, but if you never met an African American person in the United States and all you know is the ones that come to Colombia, you're gonna get the impression that that is a cultural norm for us, when it's not. It's just Colombia is attracting that, So again, I never tell the men, like, first of all, hey, spend your money on what you want to spend your money. If the country allows you to do it, if it's legal, if it's within the confines of the law, but like respect and decency and in order and how you represent yourself, it matters. Like, it matters because the rest of us have to deal with it. And the people
if I can say, if I can mention that, American Black women are very well looked upon. American Black women are very respected in Colombia because they're the ones who are really indulging themselves into the culture. And I think you mentioned somewhere else that Andre from Love and Andrea said that they're the ones who they're going to be for the future when it comes to the travel space. And I believe so too. I've seen many Black women traveling.
Yeah, he has said that the Black women are going to be the future. And I keep trying to explain to the men, the type of Black women that are coming to Colombia are not the Black women that's going to South Beach in Miami for spring break. They are not it's not the ghetto girls. It's your quirky, well-educated, very cultured Black woman that is coming to Colombia and is very articulate, open to learning Spanish. They are a very good representation. So what do you have to say about that? Because, like, again, if you're a Colombian person and you go online and you hear what a lot of the men in the travel space have to say about Black women, you like, are you ever confused, or like,
no.
How do you feel when you hear these things?
I'm going to tell you, for the Colombians that don't speak any English, their interpretation is that they feel that the Black men hate their own women. They feel, it is a well-known fact amongst us that that the Black men that are coming down to Colombia specifically for prostitution, they hate Black women for some odd reason. And I have friends who work in the tourism industry, and they'll tell me, I don't understand. The Black women that I meet are very educated, they're very respectful. Once in a while, you have the bad person, but it doesn't represent the whole. We all know that. See, we're not like in America, we lump everybody into the same group, right? And they'll tell me, man, it's like the Black women that I meet, they're so very respectful and they're kind, and they gave me her number, and I'm gonna still keep a friendship with her a year later. And when she comes to Colombia, I help them out. Just yesterday on TikTok, okay, I saw a black American woman living in Valledupar, which is to the far northeast. If you know that music, Vallenato, with the accordions, that's where it comes from. It means of the valley. It comes from the Dupar Valley. She's living in Valledupar. She was showing the food there. She was showing the local dances there. She was even showing a woman teaching her indigenous dialect how to count to 10. And then the indigenous woman commented her, said, "Thank you for giving me this." And I said, man, I wish that people could do that. You know, I wish that more Black Americans will go out there, and not just Black Americans, regular Americans. You know, Chinese and every. No, we do have Chinese Americans going to other parts of Colombia. It's just that a certain group of people, the passport bros, are ruining the image. You know, go somewhere else, do something cultural. Life is not about the vagina. Come on, because that's all you talk about. I guess, you know, it's fine. You know, I think that the United States is a very sexually repressed country. I don't know why. I think it's very sexually repressed because in Colombia, if you notice of these other countries, for us, it's just like a normal day-to-day thing. It's expected. It's part of the relationship. Yeah, okay, fine. You know, it's like scratching an itch. Okay, I got itchy and I scratch it. It's fine. It's okay. But here it is not here in the United States. It's all demonized, showing skin, and everybody's on top of each other. You know, and it's just it's like demonized to the point that people just develop this fetish or like this obsession with it. You know. And I
You
love
think
watching
so?
Trouble Time with Paul. Yeah, I love watching Trouble Time with Paul. It goes, "I'm tired of you. You know, all you think about is peace leave, punani, vagina, blah, blah, blah." You know?
Well, part of it has to do with the fact that the American woman. So there is something that I do notice. Like, I mean, for
Passport bros.
example,
Uh-huh.
um, there are certain things that to me are when you have, and I'm not even just talking about Colombia. This is something that I've noticed just across Latin America, most Latin American countries in general. There are certain behaviors that are more like accepted. You know what I'm saying? So, for
Yeah.
example, um, I think the American woman, just in general, she is seen as a big deal to cheat. We will leave if you cheat.
Hmm.
Um, we we require a bit more sexual discipline from the men,
Hmm.
and I've seen in a lot of other Latin American countries, it's like those are men not controlling sexual urges is
Hmm.
like a norm. And it comes out, and I'm trying to be very careful with my words, but like
I know what you're saying.
it's absolutely not true. Like people try to make it seem like just Americans and American men like children, but I'm going to be very honest. I grew up in Hispanic community, and like every time I was going over my homegirl house, it was always an uncle or a dad or a brother that was trying to be
Hmm.
inappropriate with me in some way. And it's like the mom, she's like looking the other way, or she don't say
Yeah.
nothing, or she don't check him or something like that. So, you know, as bad as people try to say that sexual repression is like in the United States, I think it does keep certain things, certain behaviors in check. Like you got to have some type of standard. And what it is
Hmm.
the ones who can't handle it, they try to go other places to get it. But
Hmm.
I also think too, it's very difficult to form meaningful relationships when sex is so accessible. And I've said that I've been noticed that like that's definitely a problem in Medellin, particularly. Like I don't know about other parts of Colombia, but I'll say this: the people that I meet from the Pisces that I meet from the coffee
Uh-huh.
region, they're way more likely to like settle down and get into relationships. And there's not all of that, them red light districts over there. But in Medellin, like even I've had Colombian men complain to me about how difficult it is to get into meaningful relationships because
Hmm.
everything is sex, money, and transaction driven, not even just amongst prostitutes. Like he could be talking to a girl that's not working and she has like five boyfriends, you know? So it's like
This does happen.
there has to be a you know what I'm trying to say? In my opinion, there has to be some level of discipline that people have if they want to get into meaningful relationships built on trust.
Hmm. Well, I'm going to say it's a hit or miss, and it really depends on which part of Colombia you come from. Unfortunately, Medellin is more much of a liberal society. If you go outside of that, in the coffee region, if you go into the western flat plains, if you go to the southwest, or into the smaller places where I'm from, it's a lot more serious. I come from a smaller town. I come from a smaller town. Yeah, there's always somebody that cheats, but it's not really not seen. People take relationships a lot more seriously. you know People take a lot more seriously, because if you go to the smaller towns, they're more conservative, more religious based, more church based. You don't really see that where I come from. You always hear that one guy in the corner, and everybody will make fun of it. But if you go to a big city like Medellin, then you'll see more like a transactional based society. And I'll tell you why. Because the thing is that Medellin is transforming itself from what it used to be. It used to be ruled by the I don't want to say the word, like Pablo Escobar days, those people who used to
Mhm.
run those type of things. And it used to be the norm. We used to see that. Pablo, he was very famous for paying for people who are underage, you know, to sleep with them. And then he deleted them, by the way, just so it wouldn't get back
That's
to
what I
him.
heard. I heard they used to go to the schools. You tell me if this
Hmm.
is wrong. They used to go to all the schools and they would find the prettiest girls in these schools and take them out of the schools and do things to them.
Yeah, but they
That's what
used
I
to
heard.
lure them in. They used to lure them in. They used to like pay the money and everything else. But where I come from a very small town. Like is you could literally, like, everybody kind of like knows each other. It is taken a lot more serious. My grandma was like super super strict and super religious. Like, let's put it this way: when one of my cousins, and this is in Cali, which is a bigger city, by the way, not the smaller town. When her boyfriend
Mhm.
used to come, my grandma used to have us sit outside. My aunt, my cousins, like 10 of us, just sitting but far away, but not to the
Mhm.
point where we can hear them, but we can keep an eye on them. That's how it was for us. You know, Medellin is a different culture. It's more fast paced. It's growing. It's becoming more cosmopolitan. It's becoming a lot liberals. And yes, you are right. And there are girls there who have 5 different boyfriends. I know girls in Medellin who have a boyfriend in the United States, and the boyfriend in the United States is paying them their monthly bills, her nails, her food, and she's using passport bro money to take care of her real boyfriend, who's not even working. So
Mm.
yeah, you're right, and that's a very good observation. When you have that, when you don't set certain limits and you're not very well disciplined, then it's not you're not very well disciplined, then yeah, it's going to cause problems, and it's hard for them to find relationships. But if you go to the smaller towns, Tunja, Cundinamarca, which is the northeast, or the south, the central areas, in the smaller towns, you don't see it as
Mhm.
much. But it is a very
Yeah.
machismo, very sexist society you know
Yeah,
so
yeah. I noticed that it's like a paradox because like on the one hand, I've noticed that I made a TikTok video about this where I talked about how like on the one hand, Colombian Colombian men can be very like for example, there was never a time in Colombia where I was struggling to take the groceries up or
Mhm. Are you there? It froze. You there? It froze.
I'm sorry. A
You there?
Colombian man is, yeah, I'm there. A Colombian man is going to stop. They're going to help you, and they're not going to expect anything. Like they will help you, and they're not trying to get your phone number, which is very different from in the United States. Like a lot of times, if a man comes and helps you with something, then he's going to ask you for your phone number, and unless he's like an older, gentle, it just depends on the
Hmm.
situation. Colombian man will help you just because you're a woman, right?
Yeah.
But then when I'm in the gym, see, it just depends on where, like, what the situation is. When I would
Yeah.
be in the gym, then the Colombian men, like, they will kind of like step over you in the gym,
Hmm.
like you're in my way, kind of like
Yeah.
mentality, like very. You have to be very like assertive with them when you're in that sphere,
Yeah.
to make sure that you're able to complete your workout and they're not like hogging the equipment and things like that. So like it's a parallel. What's up, girl? What's up, Kim? Yeah, the
Hi, Kim.
Wi-Fi
She follows me
struggling.
too.
I'm on an island. I'm on an island. The Wi-Fi is struggling. Yeah, so yeah, I do have a question though.
Uh-huh.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I want to understand
Okay, go ahead.
why is the single mother rate so high in Colombia?
Okay,
Like, why
well,
are
the
so
thing is,
many kids born out of wedlock?
okay, that's different. See, because passport bros have been trying to come after me with that. They're trying to say, oh, you have more moms. Well, no. They think that being born out of wedlock equals to not having a father in their life. Nobody in
Okay.
my family, I don't know anybody, but this is just my anecdotal evidence. I don't have anybody in my family, both mother and father side. Maybe one, and this is because she's in the United States, that had a child out of wedlock. And all of them have the father in their lives. There was a study, and this was just a one-time
Hold on,
study.
Ray.
You
You
got to
cut
remember.
out. You cut out. My
Uh-huh.
Wi-Fi is tripping.
Okay. Let me know when I can start again. Let me know when you're good.
Okay, hold on. Wait. I think you can go now. Go ahead. So start over.
Okay, I don't know. In my anecdotal evidence, I don't know anybody in my family except one of my cousins in the United States who had a child with a guy from the United States. I don't have anybody in my family that had a child out of wedlock. Now, there was a
Mhm.
one-time study, okay, a one-time study that was done. And you got to understand, when you do statistics, you have to understand what area and who you are basically surveying and everything else. And they came to a conclusion that about like 75% of the women were having children out of wedlock. That does not mean that father's not in their particular life, because I had to do a deep dive into that, because when passport bros come after me, I come back with the receipts. And it turns out
Okay.
that the percentage of the fathers being in the children's lives is much higher than you think. I mean, not you, but than what they think. Not only is it that, but at the same time, they have what is known as adoptive fathers, because Colombians are infamously known for getting with a woman who already had a child and becoming an adoptive father
Yeah, they
to them.
don't care. That's what
Yeah.
I've said that before when they keep having the single mother conversation online, and I be telling them like Latino men just in general don't care. Like
No, yeah,
they
I'll
see
date you.
that people are supposed to be having kids. Like they're not like, oh my
Yeah,
gosh, I gotta take care of another man's kids. It's like they don't really care. Like it's
yep,
not a major topic of conversation in Latin America. So like when the men are
exactly.
like, you're a single
Mhm.
mother in Latin America, what man is gonna want you? And I'm like, bruh, Latinos in America don't give a damn. The majority don't, and they damn sure don't give a damn in Latin America. Like they don't. A lot of them, especially when you're getting to your 30s, they're coming with their own kids anyway. Like,
Uh-huh. Well, for Kim, like I'll marry Mariah. I'll give her my Colombian citizenship. I don't care if she has a child. You know, but see, look, Mariah, be honest. How many times have I tried to ask you out indirectly? Like, how many
a few
times?
times, a few times.
There you go. That's just the Colombian thing. She just well, whatever. So I'll do that because that's just how we are. We really don't care. But when it comes to that, it is recently, yeah, in modern times, that a lot of women are having children out of wedlock. I guess people are becoming more liberal in a sense, but that doesn't mean that the father's not there. Because I had a couple of passport bros come after me, trying to make it a race thing, and I came back at them. No, homeboy, your families have the higher rate than the entire nation of Colombia in terms of having a fatherless household. A fatherless household versus child out of wedlock are two totally different things.
That's true.
you know, two totally
And
different
that
things.
does kind of check out. Most of the time when I've met like a Colombian man my age, it's always a story about, not always, of course, but a lot of the times the situation is like my mom and dad weren't married, but my dad is in my life. And my dad,
Hmm.
like for example, I have a friend in Colombia, his mom and dad were never married, but his dad always helped financially support him. And then when he got 16 and wanted to start a business, his dad lent him the money. And, he would go over his dad and his cousin's house. So it was not like he was not fatherless. He was just born out of wedlock. And
Hmm.
that seems to be very common. Do you think some of these women are lying to these men about the extent to which their child's father is helping them?
Oh yeah, I heard all the stories. Listen, I have friends who are scammers. I will be honest, okay? Because they tell me exactly what they say. Oh, you're much different because you're a big, beautiful American man from the United States. Oh, you're more handsome and you treat us better than the local man, which is a lie. That you got bigger pickles than my boyfriend, because Colombian men, they have tiny pickles, because some of us are half black, and they'll say my child's father.
Because if you go look up, like if y'all go look up the average of size, Colombia is above the United States. If y'all go do that on your own time, Colombia is like up there, like around the Colombia's up there, and like, yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
I mean, obviously, not all of us. There are people who are African descent mix, and
there's some heavy hitters out there.
But the thing is, listen, I'm going to be quite honest. I'm not bigger than anybody else. I'm just normal. I consider myself a very good lover, because the thing is that you got to understand, if you're a good lover, if you know how to be a good lover, you can keep a woman. This whole nonsense that it's size is, like, true. You could tell, because I have seen that. Is he bigger than me? Come on, that's stupid.
And honestly, and truly, like a woman is, if you have a guy that's average size and he knows what he's doing, and you have a guy that's like huge, but all his focus is like just ramming you, and there's no real skill to it. There's no real. The woman is gonna. Most women are gonna, like, if we're being honest, are gonna choose the average size guy that knows what.
I'll be honest. My ex-girlfriend, the one whom you saw, we lasted 5 years together. Okay, sometimes we're good, sometimes we're bad, sometimes we broke up, and family loves me. I'm the only white guy, second white guy that she's dated, white Latino, or everything else. She prefers black men only. And she told me some guys, they don't know what to do in bed as big as they are. The thing is that it's more than that. If you know how to become a good lover, which is half the battle, the other part is learning how to have chemistry. You won.
Exactly. No, I've explained this before on my channel, because they've asked me, and I'm like, I've explained it, but I don't know if they're listening, but I have explained it. This is it is a very mature combo. Okay, right. I'm gonna put up another clip that you put on your TikTok. Give me a second. Let me find it. It was a very interesting. Okay, so this clip says the passport bros are the new colonizers. So I'm gonna play it, and then we can talk about it. Oh, am I gonna get a copyright for that? Okay.
It has to be less than 30 seconds. But it was just I didn't speak into that. I just responded.
Okay, let me.
He died, by the way, the singer.
Who is
you might just want to pause it right now. His name is Jason Jimenez.
Oh. I saw it. Okay, the whole thing. Okay, I don't think I'm going.
Yeah, the whole thing. No, I don't speak in it.
Okay, so you made the comment, the passport bros are the new colonialists. Explain what you mean by that.
Because what did the colonials do during the era of the discovery of America? They will come in, they will try to take the resources, take everything else, and take away your culture, take away your language, take everything else, and they wanted to impose their feelings on you. Because you know how many times I've seen passport bros say, "Oh, I don't like the music there. I don't like the food there. I don't even like how she thinks. I don't like the how they're so nice and polite to each other." You don't care about us. So remember that question when you mentioned that before in the past, like, oh, what do I think about the passport bros who say they're the one for a wife and in a relationship? No, you're not going there because you want culture. You're not going there because you want something new, to find something meaningful. What you're trying to do is that you going there for a fetish. And because I got into an argument with Skylar Duran, who never responded to me, because he said, why do we get being called as a fetish? A fetish is when you take something.
Colombia now, or no? Is that him? Was that him? I don't want to misspeak. I know who Skylar is.
Yeah, he was in Brazil, and then he fled to the United States after Floyd Wallace got arrested. I need to do
Okay.
a video on Floyd Wallace because there's new things about him, and he said that he said that Scholar Ruin the Ruin said that he doesn't care about Colombia, he doesn't care about the Civil War. He can fold any woman in Medellin, which is a lie. Outside of Medellin, most of the country extremely very conservative, and he says that he gets accused of having a fetish because he was making a reply to Andres Unearth, the Colombian kid,
I
and I
remember when Andres was showing like all these people,
Mhm.
like this grave of people in Medellin
Yeah,
that got unalived during the Civil War, during the Barrio Wars, right?
yeah,
And then he was like, nobody cares, and it was like, why would you say that? Like, why would you say
yeah. Well,
that?
you know what? He could get scooped up, and they'll never see him again for saying something like that. Because there's people
Why
who
the
have
hell
bad
would you say?
memories. Uh, but going back to what I was talking about, the colonialism, they really see us as a fetish. They don't care about our culture. They don't care about our language. What when they come to Medellin, what do? They go straight to Parquilleras and they go in a club to listen to the trap, to the rap, the R&B, and everything else. Why don't you listen to bullerengue? Why don't you listen to vallenato? Why don't you listen to cumbia? Why don't you listen to puya? Nothing. You don't do that. You know. Um, I say many times over, you want the woman's body, but you don't want her mind. You don't want her culture, and you expect these guys to take out the woman from Colombia, and they say they're going to bring him back to the United States. 9 times out of 10, I have seen this happen, and I swear to you, it's not going to work out. It's not going to work out. Why?
Yeah.
For example, my ex-girlfriend is from the northern coast. They're very Afro-Caribbean and everything else. They like loud music. They like the food from the coast. They like the seafood and the coconut milk and everything else. They like that loud vibe. If you take a woman from that, and I'm going to tell you a story that happened, okay? Friend of a friend, she's from Cartagena. The guy came in, scooped her up, took her to the United States. The dude has some serious cash. He worked for aerospace science. The guy was making 6 figures a year, upper 6 figures a year, not on the lower end. Okay, she got bored of him. The guy brought her mother over. He brought the daughter over. He brought her cousin, who is actually her real boyfriend. Okay, she got bored of him. Why? Because it's not the same culture. You just can't vibe like that. If
Yeah.
and you because the thing is you're not trying to invest. You're not trying to invest into her culture, get a chance to know her. I did it outside of my culture when I was in the United States. I dated Vietnamese. I dated Haitian. I speak Haitian Creole. Creole moi pas bon, maman essaye. Because
Okay.
the one, well, oui. Because the thing is that I deeply in Saspoa, I immersed myself in the culture because at that time I was in love with this beautiful Haitian woman,
Uh-huh.
whom I used to work with. I learned the culture. I learned how to speak. I learned everything else.
You
I
don't
learned how to
play.
dance compa. You know, that's how you know when somebody's real interested. But for these guys, no, they don't. So you're expecting me that you're coming down from the United States, and then you whisker away to the United States to live in your white bread house that is the cookie cutter company. They can't listen to the music. They can't eat their own food. They gotta eat your food. You know, boring as Christmas. Excuse my language. And it doesn't work out. It doesn't work out. 9 times out of 10, it doesn't work out. I mean, I heard horror stories upon horror stories. You know?
That's true. And then another thing, I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to get to these super chats.
Uh huh.
Another thing that these men don't consider too is like you're taking them back to the United States, and first of all, it's men in the United States that more so match with that culture. So, like, let's say you got a woman and you're taking her to Florida. It's a
Hmm.
whole bunch
Yeah.
of Florida men that's from the islands. It's a whole
Exactly.
bunch of Florida men that is Haitian. You take them somewhere like New Orleans and Louisiana, their culture more similar. It's more
Hmm.
Caribbean, more coastal. So it's like not just that. There are good. I say this all the time. Yes, there are good men that are in Colombia, but like just in general, in terms of sheer numbers, the best American men are staying in America. Like the best
Yeah.
of the best American men because they're winning over there. So it's like
Hmm.
you're gonna take that woman over there and you're gonna expose her to a whole different caliber of American man. You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
Uh
bro,
huh.
she's gonna realize, like, oh shit, like, damn, it's so, and it's better options over here. Um,
Exactly. It
Thank
happens.
you, Alexander. The red pill and passport bros are the same. They have a toxic masculinity. Yeah, and here's the thing, like I understand men and women are different, and I be careful like when I use that toxic masculinity, where I be trying not to use it. But then I be hearing some of the stuff these men be saying, and I'm like, bro, y'all a lot of them like let's be for real. They not interested in connecting with a woman for real. Like it's like, and even other men are seeing it. So it's like if you're a lot of these men, they whole mentality, and I'm saying this as a woman who I cook, I clean. When I'm in a relationship, I'm very catering. And, I might get upset sometime and say something a little slick, but for the most part, all women do. But for the most part, I'm very, very respectful, willing to talk things out, work things out. And it's like, so I'm saying this as a woman that does all these things in a relationship. But it's like when I hear these men, it's like I hear what they describe, and it's like, bruh, y'all just be describing a maid and somebody that's gonna be nice and go along with everything you say. You're not really describing like a human being that you want to connect with on a deep level. It's like everything is so surface level. All these expectations are so surface level. And it's like, what happens when like you realize this woman is a complicated, complex human being, and then I hear the way they talk, and I'm like, bro, y'all wonder why your ex-wife divorced you? Like, it's not complicated. Like, thank you, Bismarck. The combo is so respectful. No foul language, no N-words. Homies Hub should watch and learn. Mariah, ask Ray to say passport pookies. Passport pookie.
Passport goofy.
No. Boy, you just funny. Okay. Passport Show says, I think this is important. Started off as a good term. These lame guys hijacked it and made the name dirty. And we were just talking about that before you came on, Passport Show, that like the men have this belief that all they have to do is re-educate locals on what the term passport bro means, and that they can, hey, show them dictionary definitions and tell them about how it started, and that the locals are going to change their mind. That they're going to be like, oh my gosh, we were wrong. Y'all are actually this. And
listen,
I've said before on my channel, the only way forward, if the passport bros really want to redeem their image, is accountability within the community and change behavior. And what does that look like? That looks like stop getting upset with everybody else for having a negative perception of your movement, and actually go within the movement and go after the people who are representing the movement in that way, to the point where you can no longer, the locals are no longer seeing the visible effects of the bad actors. And then even then, it's going to take a long time to rebuild the trust that has been broken. But unless that's the route that they're going to take, there's no way to rehabilitate that term. So if they keep just trying to fight against everybody else and they don't turn inward, there's no rehabilitating that. Like, that's gonna forever be, sex tourist is forever gonna be associated with passport bro. They can't keep saying it's racism. They can't keep blaming it on ignorance, people not knowing what it doesn't. None of that matters.
And if I can add, this is another group called International Passport Husbands, because they're trying to like break away from that. People don't understand, when it comes to Latinos, not just Colombians, Latinos, we remember, we keep grudges for like hundreds of years. So you're gonna have to start doing something different.
Yeah, I think here's the thing. There are a lot of, I have met some African American males in Medellin who've been living there for a long time, and they own businesses, and they have wives, and they don't have the girls. They don't have the Barbies. Like, they got a cute regular chick that, helps them with their business, or he's taught her some things, and they have some kids. Those men are not on the internet, and they really don't hang in those circles. They really
Those are the real tourists. Yeah. Those are the people that I welcome.
Yeah, but they really don't hang in the whole passport bro circle. Like they be in their own lane, focus on their own thing. So they don't get much attention. They don't get much traction outside of whatever like businesses. Because again, most of these men that I'm talking about, they have legitimate businesses in Medellin. One dude that comes to mind, he owns Machiavelli's, one of the best pastry shops. That like forget Colombia. This is one of the best pastry shops I've ever eaten at in my entire life. And like, so it's not just one of like the best I've eaten at Colombia. It's like the best I've eaten at, period. And he's a Black man married to a Colombian wife. He was a pastry chef in the United States, and just very, very mature, very accomplished, very down to earth type dude. And so it's like when I think about what they said they were trying to do, this is like the guy, you know. But majority of them, a lot of them is not really moving like him. And so again, these are the type of men when they say, oh, when you speak about these things, you're harming the image of Black people. And it's like, bro, y'all make it harder for the men like him. Y'all make it harder for the men like this. Because when he moves around Colombia, people don't know him and they don't know his backstory and his situation, and they find out he's a Black American man, they're going to put all that on him. And it's not like that. So why doesn't he matter? Why doesn't him and his image and his representation matter?
Yeah, and actually I've met people like that.
Be quiet so that the ones that are doing too damn much can be comfortable, while everybody else suffers the consequences.
You're right. Is he the one who I think I've seen him? Didn't he study like in Europe or something like that, how to make pastries? I think I know. I've never eaten there, but I heard he's very famous and he's very well respected, you know. You're right.
Very community oriented, all of that. I think last time I talked to him, he said he was going back to the States for a little bit to go to law school. And his wife, he's you know, got her, she can run the whole shindig herself. Nice lady, nice, respectable lady.
So you met him and his wife, or just him alone?
I met both of them.
Okay.
And they had just had a child, beautiful child.
Awesome. Well, can I ask you a question?
Okay, go ahead.
Would you let me cook for you and your daughter?
Yeah, if I come visit, yeah.
All right, there you go.
We're gonna make my way over there. We're gonna make our way over there on that side. Okay, I enjoyed our conversation, TikTok, and I'll say it again. I want to visit Colombia for the culture. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of people that do. And again, I'm not shaming nobody. Like, if you go to Colombia and you want to visit for the culture, and you also want to date around too, cool, people do that. Y'all grown, people are grown people. I think the issue, and I've been saying this, is the conversation that's being had around it. That's what it is. It's the conversation that's being had around all of this. I think people don't want it. Again, y'all can't be mad at people for saying, hey, do this, but do this on the low. Or why you gotta be filming our like, for example, who was that dude, Pav or something like that? He walked up on a Colombian girl and just grabbed her neck. And it was so bad, even the dudes was in the comments like, bro, you tripping? Like, why would you do that? Why would you grab her? He was basically trying to tell her like he wants some head, basically. Like, and it's like, why would you do that? And then guess what the caption was? It's so easy for Black men in Colombia. And it's like, then you associate that weirdo behavior with Black American men. And you don't see a lot of these YouTubers checking him that get upset with me for saying, hey, that's a bad representation of us. He shouldn't do stuff like that. Y'all don't see them checking him. They only want to check. They want us to be quiet about the shit that makes us look bad. And they only want to check the people who are saying, so, oh no, Chill Capo. Shout out to Chill Capo. Y'all know that's my friend too. This weirdo that was hating on me, so crazy. How was he?
Homeboy, I remember
What-
him and I got into a little discussion on Instagram, and he told me to write a book. Look where you're at, homeboy. Esto lo que pasa a ti. This is what happens when karma gets you back. Tell me that you're Colombian. Okay, you told me that your mother's Colombian or something like that. I remember that. I remember you.
No, that's not what he said. So he's explained this before. Several times. His grandmother is Colombian and his mom is Panamanian.
Well, I got a screenshot somewhere where him saying that his mom was like half Colombian or something like that. But the thing is that no self-respecting Panamanian,
No, hold on,
no
wait,
self-respecting.
That makes
Go
sense.
ahead.
If his grandmother was Colombian, his mom half Colombian, but she's from Panama.
Well, either way,
Okay.
Either way.
I will only chill, Capo. I will only let you up if Ray wants to talk to you, because I don't want to.
I don't want to speak to him because the Caleño side is going to come out. Maybe you're used to hang around people from Medellin, but people from Cali are different. Okay, because I'm not going to tolerate any disrespect from you, and I don't want to damage my reputation with Mariah in front of the viewers here. So no. Because I got a few choice words for you. And just to let you know, I got plenty of people behind me, family members and friends who do not like you at all. You're persona non grata in Colombia. Don't come up to me with that. I'm sorry, with all due respect.
No, I mean, it's okay. Yeah. So for those of y'all who don't know, if I have a guest on, because that's not something we discussed. And if they don't agree to have a conversation with somebody that they might have a problem with, I'm not gonna let him up, just out of respect, because it's just a.
Besides, I mean, I don't want to lose my temper and everything else because it doesn't look good,
No, I understand, and I'm not gonna force the conversation.
Because I would like to let you know.
Go ahead.
I would like to let you know that I found out by accident that I have mutual friends of his that are friends of mine, that there's no way he should be knowing them. And they told me some things about him that I know about him. So I'm going to leave it at that. So just he stays on his side, I stay on my side, and that's it.
But what's the issue? Like,
I mean, personally, I'll be quite honest with you. I don't like him. I don't want him in Colombia. I don't want him being part of Colombia. He says that he wasn't a part of that. I know things about him that he doesn't think that I don't know. And that's the whole point. Because the thing is this: when you have a culture, okay, outside of Medellin, outside of Parquilleras, and you have all these different communities and different cultures and different languages, when you could be promoting other things, why does everything has to be around sex? I just don't understand. If you go to my channel, I talk about cumbia, I talk about mapale, I talk about different indigenous tribes. I have friends who are Wayu, which is from the northern coast. I have friends who are Inga from the southern border with like that. Why does everything always has to do with that? Women and sex. There's more than that,
But I'll be completely honest and fair, and this is what made me be so willing to hear him out and hear his side of the story. So before the whole thing with him getting deported happened, I had seen some of his videos, but because we're obviously in each other's algorithm, but I had not yet followed him. And I never saw him promoting sex tourism. What I saw him doing is what Robert does now sometimes, is talks about the dangers. Hey, this is okay, if you see this or if you see that, you're about to get scoped, right? But I didn't see videos of him promoting the sex tourism. Now, what was going on with those parties at the club? From that business that they were talking about and these clubs he was working with these Colombian clubs, and the clubs were providing these, how we have this in America, the girls that work at the club. And all he was doing was, from what I could see and from what he was promoting, is we got the armored vehicles where we got you a whole itinerary. You're going to go to this club, you're going to party. And the club was providing the girls. And my issue with that whole situation is this: he was not contracting with those girls. He didn't provide those girls. Those girls, most of them to this day, are still working at those clubs. And the clubs did not get in trouble. So it's how does the foreigner get accused of promoting sex parties when these parties were taking place in clubs and parqueyeras, and the club was not held accountable. So, in my opinion, from what I saw, based on the evidence that they presented, it was a complete misrepresentation of what was actually going on, and it wasn't fair. Now, if there were other things that immigration had an issue with, that you're saying that behind the scenes, then they should have brought those things to the light. But they specifically chose to focus on basically club events and him being a liaison between these clubs and American clients and making money off of that. The clubs weren't, but they chose to focus on that. And that's what they chose to show pictures of. And in my opinion, it was inaccurate what they described, what was going on.
Okay.
And those clubs are continuing to operate as such.
I see what you're saying.
I can't chill call. Just out of respect, I cannot. I can have you on at another time, but he has said he don't want to talk. I know you're not gonna get disrespectful, but if he don't want to, I can't do it. You talking about I'll be good. I want to have
no, it's better not, because there's too much behind the background. There's too many things that I cannot even talk about. I'm not sure if you saw one of my videos. I have already been warned by the big bosses. I'm not sure if you know who the big bosses are. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Read between the lines to not bring too much attention. I have already been warned for my life, so I have to be very careful of the things that I say, because I know sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. So, but for the sake and the respect of the conversation, I mean, I'll take into consideration what you're saying. I'm not gonna go into any further details, and I will not fight it and things like that. But me and him, I'm not sure if Michelle Capo does remember, me and him had a direct conversation with each other on Instagram. He may not remember me, but I remember him. Okay, because I wasn't using my name Ray Condor. I was using my real name. And he had few choice words for me. So I'll leave it at that. So it is better to just avoid conflict and confrontation.
Yeah, I understand, but I also, I try to stay like as neutral as possible. But I think in that situation where it's like the internet is forever and something is out there, like I think it's good to be like as responsible as we can. And then like even after that, there were so many like paisas. It wasn't even like passport bros. Like there were so many paisas that were coming to his defense. People that live in the city, people that frequent the park. So to me, it was like, there's something worth listening to here,
I understand what you're saying. The best thing that I can say is that, I only covered one time, and I was only reporting what the news was reporting. I never went past that. I was never given I never gave any opinion, because when I'm reporting on certain things that happen, I try not to give my own opinion. There's always the truth, my truth, their truth, and what really happened. And at that moment, when he was like, oh, like everybody else, like you covered it also, I was just saying what the news was saying at that moment. But I never, stay making any current videos about him or anything else, unless I get one of his defenders in my comment section, and I will defend it, because they're saying, oh, you're just a racist, you just don't want him there and stuff like that. I said, no, I was just saying what the news was saying. Of course not. I want to marry Mariah.
Yeah, no, I've never gotten racist from you. Again, if people watch your entire body of work, anybody can get it, no matter the shade of color that they are. And ultimately, I blame the media for how this went down. Like ultimately, because again, it's like once certain things are put out there, unless you are really just digging into what happened, then that's going to be the narrative, So ultimately, I blame the media for how they reported the story, right? And it caused a lot of friction at the time.
Yeah, I know.
But, yeah.
I saw there was a lot of friction going on and things like that. Plus, I saw him fighting back and forth, the director of Migración Colombia, things were saying back and forth that didn't look good on him at all, from my perspective, from third party perspective.
But he was providing receipts. He was providing proof of that's one thing I got it. That changed my mind. everything he said that happened, he had pictures and proof. So it's like it might
I
not
understand.
look good to a local if they're like, oh, he's arguing with the migration, but it's like if somebody's putting a story out on you and they're saying this happened, but you are providing, you're saying XYZ happened, and you're providing pictures and receipts, then like a person has a right to defend themselves.
Yeah, I know, but I just think it's not so much what is said, is how it is said. If I can,
But
if I make that more
how do
clear.
you say something polite when somebody's putting such a heinous accusation on your name, and you have a lot of people that weren't involved saying horrible things? That's a very heinous accusation. How do you go about that in a polite way, other than to say
Well,
you're lying and here's the receipts?
no, he wasn't lying. He was like, I caught her. She's stalking my page. That this is this and da 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 da. And it was just like a whole back and forth arguing with a woman. And it's just like if you really have everything that you said you were gonna do, and he said that he was gonna get a lawyer, should have done things to the proper channels, or what he could have done instead of engaging her directly, back and forth, he could just say, hey, look, this is what it is. She's doing this, and that's it. But when you start arguing back and forth with somebody, especially a woman who is older in Colombia, I seen is very disrespectful. Even if they made false accusation. There's an old saying: when you're arguing with a fool, don't make sure that you're seen as a fool yourself. This is why I choose not to engage with certain people, because I got to make sure that I don't bring myself down to their level. And I'm not saying that he brought himself down. It's just saying the choice of words he was expressing himself towards her that made him seem to an outsider that would make him seem extremely rude. Well, if he's so not guilty, why is he trying to do this back and forth like a fight on Instagram? She leaves a post, he leaves a post, he leaves a post.
Because
Do it through the proper channels.
But she was speaking publicly, so he has the right to engage publicly. And maybe this is just a cultural.
I'll concede that.
Yeah, but in the United States, if you engage somebody publicly, we're gonna come at you publicly, because if not, then people are gonna be like, this is how American people think. Oh, somebody said this about you publicly. Well, he didn't say it wasn't true, or he didn't say nothing bad, so it must be true. So that is our mentality. So it's like in the court of public opinion, if somebody brings something to the public, you got to check them where they're at. You can't just be like, oh,
I concede that.
Yeah.
I will concede that.
Okay. No, I can't. Not even for the views, Chill Cop. I got to be respectful.
No, because if he does come on, I'll just log off. I'm not speaking to him. Yeah.
No. Yeah, you can't force somebody to talk to you. Okay. So, I had a couple of other questions. Now I don't forgot. I got sidetracked. Did you have anything that you wanted to address, or anything that?
Well, when it comes to the whole concept of passport bros, I have had girls they give me who try to date outside, because remember, the lexicon is not well known throughout of Colombia, but it's starting to be spread. We always known them as sex tourists, and I'm having friends of mine from different cities say, "Hey, can you tell me what the red flags of a passport bro?" Or they'll give me, specific, instances when they've been dating someone. Like I told you, I had a horror story. A Venezuelan friend of mine, she met a guy from, I think it was from Boston, and the guy came in, they dated for a little bit. He promised her the world. They was going to bring her here, help her learn the English and everything else. So he brought her to Boston. As soon as he brought her to the worst neighborhood that you can imagine. Trash everywhere in front of the yard. Nothing was well kept. She went inside. Everything was dingy. And you got to remember, coming from a tropical place to some place like Boston is pretty different, She wasn't allowed to go outside. She wasn't allowed to speak to her family members, because when we speak to each other, she'll call her brother papi. That's just even in Cali, even amongst men, they call each other papi. It's just a term of endearment. Why? Who are you talking to? Why are you doing this? She wasn't used to the food. It was everything was like a huge culture shock, and wasn't allowed to talk to her uncle. Sometimes couldn't talk to her dad. She would sleep with her passport underneath the pillow, and one day she just got up and fled the night. Now she's living in Spain, and I've seen stories like that. Even the guys with money. No, he didn't treat her too well. Well. And the ones that do treat well, I have a different story. She was a paisa, because he was
Yeah, I was
telling me,
gonna
"Oh, I want
ask,
to
have
go
you
to the
had
United States."
heard any success stories?
Huh? So
Have you heard
I
that's
only
something? Mm-hmm.
I only know of one success story, and that's pretty iffy because I was talking with a friend of mine now. Because I was sort of dating, I was sort of dating someone for a little bit, but we became friends. And we have a mutual acquaintance of ours. She met a guy from Los Angeles. The guy's a bartender. Used to fly back and forth, but he did everything right though. I mean, the guy's kind of crazy. I spoke to him a couple of times, and he doesn't seem right in the head. When you speak to people, it's like, I don't know, this guy gives me weird vibes. Um, he was a big drinker, worked in a bar and stuff like that, but he did the right things. He met her mom, he met her dad, he met her brother. He took her out. He took her to Chile. He took her to Argentina. They went to war exploring together. They went to Brazil, Jamaica, but every time he was in Colombia, he really tried to be a part of society. When they were having a birthday, he would include himself in. He was a part of the family and things like that. And this was like about 2.5 years ago. They did things the right way. Got married. Sent for her paperwork, and they any couple fights. When people think passport bros think they're going to find that submissive wife, it doesn't happen. Women are women, men are men. We're going to have disagreements once in a while. It's okay. It happens. People, that's not real relationships happen like that. And yeah, he took her to L.A. She's been living with him ever since. They had their problems here and there, but she's working, happy, and yeah, and stuff like that. But I say it's pretty iffy because I was talking with a friend of mine today because they've been having rough patches. And the rough patches always has to do with culture shocks. So like I said, I used to date around when I was in the United States, and I dated people of different cultures. For me, I realized that I have to date someone like from the Caribbean. I can date Jamaicans, I can date Haitians, because we have kind of like a similar vibe with each other. And I try to date outside of that, and it's very hard.
Caribbean people too. I'm like that too. I prefer people from like the Caribbean, like either from the South, Southern United States, or Caribbean. Like I can't do nothing else. I want nobody from no other culture, Caribbean or coastal from the South. Like
Yeah.
that's my speed.
Yep.
Okay, guys. Here's the thing. Y'all quit all that in my comments. Look, when Ray leaves, I will do a panel. So I will let whoever wants to come up and talk, right? But it's not gonna happen while he's here. And if you want to come and
what is it that they want to talk about?
Well, thanks so much, Mariah Ray, for not entertaining and bringing that toxicity into this good evening. Yeah, like we don't want to. What exactly do you want to talk about, Chill Capo? I think he just wants to defend himself.
If he wants to defend himself, he can make a nice little video, tag me in it, say the things that he wants to say. I will review it, and then I like that, because the thing is that right now, my intention is for you to like interview me about what the Colombian experience is, because Chill, I want you to understand this, and I don't think you understand this. Okay, Colombia is a very, very big country with many different types of Colombians, with different types of cultures. Each region is a separate culture. You do understand this. Okay, maybe you're trying to defend yourself as if you were defending against a paisa, but I'm looking at it from a different angle. You understand me? Certain things that they accept in Paisa land, may not be acceptable in my area, but certain things that are acceptable may not be acceptable in your land. I have certain opinions, but I've always kept those opinions to myself. I have never said anything openly against you, ever. Maybe right here, saying that I don't want to speak to you, and that I'm not very happy some of the things that you told me personally, but I have never expressed that out in the open towards anything else, because my channel has always been about this promotion about Colombian culture and talking about the things that affect us. When that happened, I pretty much expanded upon what happened with his situation, because that's what the news was saying, right? He has been doing his work to defend himself, to defend his personal image. Fine, do so. But you don't know what my take is, because I haven't expunged on that. The purpose of me in this situation here is because Mariah asked me to come on board, because she wants to know what the Colombian people are thinking from our point of view. Okay, I can tell you what the Llaneros are thinking in the flatlands. I can tell you what the Amazonian people are thinking. I can tell you what the people in the Guajira province are thinking, and stuff like that. I can tell you those type of things. But I really hate it when I see all these foreigners coming to my country, telling me what I should be doing with my country when you're not one of us. You don't know the difference between a quipe and a Pandebono, right? You don't know the difference between an Opita, which is a type of ethnicity in the Tolima province, versus a Raizal, which is in the San Andres Islands. Okay, some people don't even know to this day that in the islands of San Andres y Providencia, St. Andrews and Providence, it used to belong to England. The first English is English Creole, similar to Jamaican patois. I grew up around Jamaicans when I was in the United States. They will look at you. You say mi fies, mi Colombian. Let's go to the QR and go to the beach. But mi Colombian, and they speak Spanish also. The passport bros don't know that, and that's my big issue with them. So Chill Capo, if you want to do that, maybe another day. But for right now, my intention is I want Mariah to use her inquisitive mind to ask me about what we think about certain situations. Because before you came in, I wasn't talking about you. You know, I was talking about certain situations, how other people are acting. You know, that's all I can say. Because I wasn't talking about him before he came in.
Yeah, y'all chill in the comments. It's really not that serious. And
no, because here's the thing. I know they want me to lose my temper, and I'm a Caleño, and Caleños are very fiery. And then they're going to see, I told you so. See, I told you so. And then they're going to make videos about me and panels about me, like they do to you. You know, passport sis and the angry Colombian racists. No, I'm not into that. I don't do drama. I'm not a drama type of guy. You know.
Yeah, no. Here's the thing. So, we're talking about this, and I already decided, like, at the end, after I was done with you, that I was gonna have an open panel, because I'm probably gonna be on this live till late. So
all right,
after we get done with our interview, when we're completely done and you're not on here, if Chill Capo, if you want to come, or anybody else wants to come and you give your opinions on the conversation that was had tonight or whatever, then you can do that. Just keep it respectful, like. And I know Chill Capo, you be keeping it, you know, you're cool, but I'm just saying, let's keep it respectful. Let's not, like, we ain't gotta do.
Yeah, but why me?
Like that.
Yeah, but like, why does he want to speak to me? Like, I'm not nobody special, and you know, I wasn't even talking about him. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, hey, here's the thing, y'all just not gonna see eye to eye. Y'all not gonna talk about it. It's cool, right? Now back to the interview. Okay, so do you think that, I don't even know, I feel like I asked all the questions I want to ask. Now I'm just kind of leaving it open. I'm just kind of like leaving it open for you to kind of tell us what you want us to know, like what the Colombian people to know.
Well, the thing is that there's a growing disdain, and it's bubbling up from different parts of Colombia now. Usually, it used to be very localized and maintained from within, you know, from the big cities that were, I call it the big two. I used to be the big three, but I call it the big two. You have Cartagena and Medellin. There's a growing resentment among the people there, and that resentment is starting to spread to other parts of Colombia, even places that they have like next to zero visits from foreigners. You know. Now, I have seen foreigners, they go to other parts of Colombia. They usually the backpackers, the people from like Europe and stuff like that. They'll go to our music festivals. There's a music festival in the Tolima province where they throw like color on each other and stuff like that. And I'm seeing people from like areas that you would never even think that they know what passport bros are talking about it. I saw this one guy, he's a Colombian influencer. He came out, well, for when passport bros come out, and he went up to the balcony, like he's pretending like he's shooting it in the air, you know? Popayan, city of Popayan, which is further south, because the state that's next to Ecuador, the people are very similar to Ecuadorians. The dialect, the way how they speak is very similar to Ecuadorians. You have a lot of people that indigenous groups that are on both sides that are the same tribe. People talking about that. I even saw a girl from Pereira, which is known as the sister city of Medellin. There was a guy, not a passport bro. He was just a regular white guy talking about, hey, you know, maybe one of the other places you can go to other than Medellin, you can go to Pereira. And the comments say, oh my God, they're infecting our land now. Hold the line. Yeah. You know, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad, you know? And now, even though people don't know, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I think what people need to understand. What up, Robert? What's up? I think what people need to understand too is like eventually it goes beyond a point of explaining to people, right? Because you could be 100% correct, or you might not be involved in none of that. It just gets to a point where people get so upset that sometimes like it don't even matter anymore. It doesn't, and this happens
Exactly.
everywhere, like in every society. Once people get mad enough, they don't even care to hear things on a case by case situation,
That's the whole point.
right? And that's the whole point. So that's what I'm saying. Like when you have these certain type of dudes that get online and like they're steady, they keep on poking the bear, and they keep on showing the pay for play, or they keep on talking about the women in a derogatory way, or whatever the case may be. They keep on like what Skylar did when Andres on Earth made that video about the mass grave and all the people that got unalived during the Civil War. And Skylar was like, nobody give a fuck about y'all culture. We there for the hoes. Like when you keep doing shit like that, eventually people that might not even be doing nothing wrong, they're gonna get caught up, right? And they're gonna get an image, perception placed on them. And at that point, the truth matters not. Like the truth don't matter. And that's why I'm so vocal about the way that they conduct themselves online, because at the end of the day, there are real people's lives that are going to get caught up in the foolishness, right? It's going to be real people's lives. People act a fool in behind hurt feelings. People act a fool in behind disrespect. And we know African American people, we know because we are the culture of it was the principle of the matter, right? You say something crazy to an African American in the United States, you bump into them, don't say excuse me, you staring too long, you step on our shoes and don't say so. Like it's certain things that is just, it's the principle of the matter. It's the respect of the matter. So we are very much, it's the principle of the matter culture. So it's like, we have to understand that when it comes to other people's cultures as we are traveling around.
And they don't understand that there are other groups are trying to put their play in it.
Thank you, Courtney Hub. Huh?
Courtney Hub is my buddy. I love him. That's my buddy right there, Courtney Hub. But people don't understand there's other groups that play. You gotta understand, people are smart, and there's groups out there from different parts of echelons in society, both criminal and non-criminal, that are keeping an eye on the whole passport bro situation, and they're waiting for the right moment. Because remember, the prices are going up in Medellin and everything else. Were you here in 2021 in Colombia?
No, I didn't come till 2024.
There was a national strike, which basically they were trying to raise the taxes or something like that. And people took to the streets and they were literally fighting the cops. I mean, it was bloody. Like this was being lopped off, like, and stuff like that in different places. And different groups joined in the fray. And I'm not sure you know what a minga is. A minga is when a group of different indigenous tribes get together for a collective. And they were marching all the way from the south part of Colombia. By the time they passed Cali and where I'm from, there were 14,000 of them. And some of them were carrying Kalashnikovs, by the way. And they were marching their merry way into Medellin. And amongst that, there were different groups out there who were trying to make things even worse for both sides fighting. There's people out there who are waiting for the passport bro, one passport bro to make a one mistake, and then all of a sudden the like you said, public perception is going to cause that, and it's going to have people riot in the streets and everything else, and then they're going to come and take what was taken from them, like what happened in Mexico, and stuff like that.
So before he goes on, if y'all are just now, first of all, please y'all smash that like button. It's free. But if y'all are just now coming into the conversation, at the beginning of the conversation, I was talking about how here on this channel in 2024, now as much as Mexican people like to go protest in the United States for getting deported for illegal immigration, they get very upset about illegal immigration in Mexico. And they will act a fool over legal immigration. So at the end of 2024, this is like right after Donald Trump got elected, they were having a protest over legal migration and gentrification in Mexico City. And like, it was like the mob descended, y'all. They all got together and they went and busted up every known gringo-owned business, like from the shops to cafes, restaurant, busted it up, looted it, was spraying things like death to the gringos, kill the gringos. They were beating up any gringo that they found on the street. Like, I covered this. It was like on the news. So that's what I'm saying. Like, and the reason why I bring this up is because, and guess what? The police couldn't do shit. It was way too many of them. Like, there was nothing they could do but stay out the way. And I bring this up because I think when Ray gives these warnings, y'all be thinking like, oh, ain't nothing gonna happen. But it's very, very possible. Like, if it could happen in Mexico, it could happen in Colombia. Hell, in Colombia, they will all gang up and beat one person ass that's a thief. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we are at a breaking point here. It's getting to that point. It's getting to that point. Go ahead.
If I can add, like, there were some passport bros that used to attack me. I call them the 4 passport bros of the apocalypse. Like, these 4 old guys just came out of nowhere, and they were not even in Colombia. They're like, some of them were like in Georgia or others living in Dominican Republic, and they came at me saying, "Oh, well, you always talk about the Civil War, and it's not true. You're just being racist. You just don't like us because we're black." And guess what happened a few weeks later? Bombs blew up in Cali. Bombs blew up in my city. But I had a friend of mine. I had a friend of mine that she used to live near the battalion, but we're in the city where my maternal side comes from. But she moved out to Spain like about a year afterwards. And yeah, there were like 16 bombs that went up, boom, 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 and a whole lot of people got that.
What's so crazy to me? I be seeing so many, especially like these liberal white Americans. They be like, "Oh yeah, I moved to Colombia because of all the like political violence and the mass unalivings in the United States." And I'm like, bro, you picked one of the worst countries in Latin America to go to. If that was your concern, you could have stayed at home. Like, if that what you like, it's because they genuinely and truly don't know. And again, their dollar is like insulates them from a lot of that stuff that's going on in other parts of Colombia, because they can move to like the best parts of Medellin, and like it never touches them. They don't know about they don't know that Colombia has the largest group of misplaced people within its own borders. Like, they don't know about any of that stuff.
And here's the thing. That's how I met Robert. Because you remember he made an interview with me because he's saying, "Oh, well, we need to pull back our American dollar and we'll teach them a lesson or two." So I went off on him. I said, "You're living in one of the best, most safest cities in all of Colombia. You're not waking up to soldiers walking across your street. You're not waking up to walking past landmines and your children getting kidnapped and everything else. If you get robbed, they find your wallet within about a week. For us, we get robbed, good luck. 6 months probably, if you're lucky." And then he started talking to me, and I realized, he's not a bad guy and stuff like that. And he made and stuff like that.
They're cool, but they're all cool. Honestly and truly, Capo is cool too. I think under different circumstances, y'all would have liked each other. Like, it's trust me.
My brother was sending me his videos before he got into issues, and I wouldn't say I hate that guy. I don't really hate anybody, but I wouldn't say that his personality and my personality we could probably would have been friendly with each other, but he wouldn't be somebody that I would like to hang out with. Who knows? I can't say.
I understand that for sure. I understand that. So I think it's getting to that point. It's getting very serious. A lot of Americans come to Colombia. They don't know nothing about the history. They don't know about all the war, the infighting. They don't know about the extreme brutality that's going on in other parts of the country outside of Medellin. So everybody's taking it for a joke. You got to understand, it's like for these men that are only coming to Medellin and they're doing the whole weekend warrior thing, Medellin is like an amusement park. And as long as they have pesos to keep spending, in their mind, it's like everything is sweet, but it's really not that.
The thing is, Medellin protects them.
Yeah, that's true. It's certain things you can't do within the city limits.
Like, for example, do you know why passport bros, they can't go to any other city? Because they can't get away with the stuff that they do in Medellin. I have heard stories because I was talking to a friend of mine from Bogota. We call them rolos. And I say, hey, Rolito, how you doing? And we're talking about the whole issue of passport bros. And it was telling me that somebody was trying to get smart or something with women. They remember what I told you that people got this, came in, they gave him the community massage. And, he said, bro, Bogota is too big and it has too much money because the economic powerhouse of Colombia is in Bogota. So they don't care if you say, oh, I'm going to not come back and give you no money. So why do passport bros always go? Because the people in Medellin, I understand. They protect the money. That is, you got a lot of money influx coming in, international businesses. The city is growing, So I understand that. Yeah, they will protect them because it is a form of business interest for them. It's understandable, but the thing is that the people that are coming in, they don't do their due diligence, and you should know a history of everything. But you can't just come into a country willy nilly. Imagine me going to like Afghanistan, and I'm arguing with the government when they're letting me touch the women in the street because I never took the time to learn the history.
That's the thing
you
that
understand?
irritates me. Yeah, that's the thing that irritates me. I'm like, why y'all keep going back and forth with these people about what they say? And again, the argument could be made. This is their perspective, right? And it's not that it's an unreasonable perspective, but it's like a foolish pursuit in trying to continue to die on that hill. You understand? So, for example, the argument is again with the whole sex tourism thing. Well, prostitution has been legal in Colombia. Colombian men do pay for play more than the American men. And
that's true.
Again, here's the thing: the Colombian men weren't necessarily putting it on broadcast on platforms like YouTube. Another thing people have called them out is the whole webcam stuff. And like, for example, there was a government event that took place and it showed that a webcam company, I saw it, had like endorsed this event, right? So here's the thing. Colombians have the right to say, we want to be the only one to profit off of certain things, right? Also, I've said this before, and I'm going to reiterate this to y'all that are just now coming in, because the argument has been made about like just criminality in the United States when we have a whole bunch of illegal immigrants flooding in and the crime rate goes up, and people who are for open borders say things like, well, Americans commit crimes too. Well, yes, dummy. That's why we don't want more people coming in illegally that we haven't vetted to commit crimes. Why? Because it's like throwing gasoline on a problem that already exists. We just will rather try to control our problem versus throwing a big can of gasoline. And this is what I see the Colombian people saying. Like, yes, we know we have these issues going on involving sex within our country, right? And to be fair, it's not that I know from an outsider looking in, and when it's just Americans, we feel like we're being attacked. But to be fair, I have seen the Colombian government try to control some of these things. Like, I see Colombian parents getting arrested, being charged, and being blasted on the news for trafficking their children or putting their kids on these webcams or pimping out their children. The problem is it's happening so much that they have a lot of work to do. And what the Colombian people are saying is, we're already trying to make progress in certain areas, and we don't need this issue on top of what already exists. Also, it's not that they want the prostitution to just be illegal, right? Because women are going to sell cat regardless. They're selling it in the United States, right? But the thing is, the women in the United States have no recourse if somebody harms them or doesn't pay them. They want the women in Colombia to keep the recourse, but also they don't want it to be blasted everywhere. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because there's this argument like it's either one way or the other. It's either
if I can add to that.
Go ahead.
If I can add to that, it's legal in Amsterdam. It's legal in Germany, and I believe that the model in Amsterdam is a lot better than the Colombian model. It gives a way more protection. It is a lot more regulated for both the buyer and the one who's who's selling, right? How come they don't go in droves over there? Because in Colombia, they have the American dollar, which is a lot more powerful. You understand what I'm saying? And you are 100% correct.
In the United States, searching big booty Latinas on Pornhub.
Yep, on Pornhub. And on top of that, Yeah, you're right. Listen, I saw a network of like 23 people that got dismantled on the southwestern mountain range of Colombia in Tolima province. They were recruiting girls to capture them and to go sell them off in like Medellin somewhere and stuff like that. It doesn't get on the
Mm,
news, you know. So it's like you said. It's like, the way how Spanish people are like this. I'm fighting with my brother, right? But that's my brother. If somebody from the outside hits my brother, then it's war with the person who hit my brother. You understand? You're right. We're trying to fix the issues within ourselves. It's not 100% correct, and maybe it's not going at the speed that you guys want it to. But each country has its own set of laws and certain set of rules. When you go to the United States, you have to go to according to their laws. You have to go to understand that they have their own traditions and culture. And me as an outsider, I have no reason to come and change North American culture. Now, here's another thing that I want to ask you. Why is it that these
okay.
guys say, oh, but it's legal, it's legal? If it's illegal and immoral in the United States, why are you going to Colombia for it or Brazil? If
I
it's
mean, look,
illegal, why are you trying to do something illegal and it's something else? That says a lot about you. Yeah, right?
I mean, here's the reality of the matter with a lot of these men. I'm just keeping it all the way, but fellas, I know y'all trying to.
Hmm.
I don't care if y'all get mad. Honestly, a lot of these men don't have a self governor. They don't have a moral self governor, and it's not just American men. I'm speaking on men in general now. Okay, a lot of men don't have a moral self governor and a moral compass. What does that mean?
Hmm.
That means they will do what you allow. Okay, they will do what you allow. So, for example, like even when we talk about the children thing in the United States,
Hmm.
Colombia is like just now catching up with that. But
Yep.
the only reason why a lot of these men who are online are saying that a woman is best between 18 and 25, the only reason why they're not going after 13, 14, and 15-year olds is because the law says that they can't. A lot of them, when
Hmm.
they go to another country, if that country says it's legal, they don't care. They're not asking for ID. They're going to talk to the why? Because they have no internal moral compass, and
Hmm.
they don't know how to be a governor of self. That's why when I say basic things that to me are more nuanced, like
Yeah.
go do paper play, but just don't put it on the internet, the
Hmm.
conversation automatically goes to, well, it's legal and they should just make it illegal. Hold on now. You can't be a
Hmm.
governor of self. You can't both go do your paper play and then keep it off the internet. You have to act a fucking fool. Somebody has to take something all the way away from you for you to not take a mile, and then you're the type to want to say something's wrong with women because they don't view you as a leader in the United States, or they don't view you as someone to be respected. When you can't even control yourself with something as basic as fucking don't put that shit on the internet, it's then you crying about, well, just make it illegal, just make it illegal because I can't control myself. It's
Uh-huh.
insane, but it's the reality of the matter.
Well, I
It's the
mean,
reality.
I've been speaking with a lot of Colombians. Like, I'm not sure if you know this. There's a lot of Colombians that are pushing me, especially in the Spanish-speaking world. Some have followers in the millions, because that's why you'll see me put subtitles on the bottom. So it's a word gets to spread around, and I have many ideas thrown at me. Some say, well, make it just illegal for the foreigner, for the North American, or personally, what I think it should happen is I think it should just be dismantled, the way how it is in Parquilleras out in the open like that. It should go back into the hidden streets how it used to be, and I think it needs better regulation than what it has now. Then, like, I like the model that they
Yeah.
have in Amsterdam. Because I lean more. I'm a more of a conservative in Colombia, but in the United States, I'm more of a Democrat. But I'm very much more conservative in my ideals. But I do have a little bit of, because of my cousins, I believe in the equality that women should have. That they should not face retribution. That they should not be disrespected, belittled, hurt, or anything else. And just because something is legally acceptable doesn't mean that it's moral. But I believe that there should be a common ground. But when you have videos of foreign men like deleting women, stuffing them in a suitcase, like it happened recently in Bogota, like touching little kids, hitting women. Oh, just I meant to tell you, just before I spoke to you, I was talking to a friend of mine who lives in Cartagena. And she told me that she was dating this guy from, like, I think the Dominican Republic or something like that. The guy thought he stole money from her or something like that because they were out in a group, and some of his friends were, picking up girls that work. The girls that work, stole his money. He had her locked in the bathroom, beating her up. And I think that's absolutely horrendous and stuff like that. When they face these type of abuses, and I don't think that any woman should go through those type of things. And including and the thing is that what happens in the news that we don't see in the news is the transgenders as well. They get solicited by people from the United States, and they face a lot of abuses that we don't see. They get on the news, stabbings, deletions, being hit, and everything else. And that's why I believe that there should be a common, a common consensus by everybody else that if you want to do something amongst two consenting adults, fine, it's okay. Honestly, I don't care who you date. If you want to come and take all the women in Colombia, I don't care. I really don't care. Just don't hit them. Just don't hurt them, and leave them alone. And that's it.
Let's wrestle with this idea. So the men are saying that the men in Colombia are upset because they are raising the price of the gata and that y'all cannot afford it anymore. Now, I know that there are places where men can still go pay $10 or 30 mil Colombian pesos for cootie cat. Even in Medellin, they can still go pay that much for it. And I know a lot of times these women are willing to negotiate down from the prices that they give American men. So can you give your assessment? Do you think it's too expensive now? I mean, I'm not saying that you buy it. Just we can say men that what they said. Is it too expensive?
I'll say what I can say is this: I have friends who work the streets, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. What the funny thing is this: they give a different price for the foreigners than to the regular guys, and it's a known fact. So no matter what, the foreigner is still paying like 3 times as much, twice as much, sometimes 4 times as much, because they're willing to pay that in those type of things. So it's not the fact that people saying that we're complaining.
It's like I went to Boca Chica Beach here, and they upcharged me and my friends, and then we went with some locals like the next day later on at night when it was nothing but locals there, and they tried to like upcharge just a little bit, and then the Dominicans was like, "I'm fucking Dominican, I'm not paying that shit," and then like the locals was like, "Fine, they'll take the money, they'll take what you give them, like."
For example, when I go to Cartagena, because I have a lot of Costeño friends, my Costeño friends speak for me. They say, "Shh, you don't speak," and I'll talk to like my ex-girlfriend. Say, what are you gonna do? No, don't give me that price. I'm one of you, And my grandma used to work alongside of you, so don't give me that price. Come on, give me something good. Okay, bam, He's my boyfriend. Don't worry about it.
This is funny, Robert. He said gringos thought there was a tax for everything except cat. No, facts. Like these local men are not paying it. When they told me how much they was paying for like the baddest chick, when I started talking to these Colombian men, I'm like, you only paid her what? Yes, like it's not. I don't think it's not in behind. Oh, the price of boxes going up. Like I don't think that.
On top of that, some of these guys they're paying girls more in Colombia than they would in the United States. I have heard that. They're paying more for women in Colombia than they would in the United States. Why?
No. Okay, so here's what it is. Yes, can you find girls in the United States to sleep with you for like $40 or $50? Yeah, she's a crackhead. In Colombia, you can go and get a very beautiful girl that's had a lot of surgery done, and she looks well upkept for the same amount. So that's why the dudes prefer to go spend $50 in Colombia versus $50.
No, I'm talking about thousands of dollars. I'm talking about a few $1,000s for a girl. For a few $1,000s for a girl.
But well, I mean, for a fine chick, that's the going rate in the United States. Yeah, they paying that in the United States. So they probably paying about, if you get a girl that's really beautiful, you gonna come off with some thousands in the United States.
But do you remember that question I made to you a while ago? Said, would you allow me to cook for you and your daughter? Because I was trying to see your reaction. And the thing is I was trying to see the reaction of also the people in the, because I do really want to, because I like to share. But this is what passport bros, the ones who are going there supposedly not paying and looking for brides, that's not what they're doing. They're not involving themselves in the people they're quote unquote dating, because what they're doing is not dating. They just want sex. When you date someone properly, okay, you're not getting sex for six months at least. A real girl, I know girls who are very home schooled and everything else. They're not dropping anything for six. There's no such thing as them staying over your house the very same night or coming to cook at your house and stuff like that. You're going out in a group. Every time I went out in a group on the first date because I had to see what type of person I was. You know, with the cousin, with the best friend, with the uncle, with the somebody. You know, this is how I don't believe that they're going down there dating. I met somebody on Tinder. What are you doing on Tinder? Go to the grocery store, go take salsa lessons, go biking, go take hiking lessons, go learn how to, make different types of coffee. And I guarantee you'll meet someone that is at your level, someone that is nice from a good family that is long lasting, But
Shay said the more I send her money, the less customers, keyword less, she will see why I'm going in the USA. Now, okay, I do got to bring up this point that Chill Copper said, what girl in Colombia not smashing for 6 months? Now, in Medellin.
Excuse me?
To the other parts of Colombia, though. But I'm going to be so for real based on the things that my male friends have said in Colombian men through and through. They said it's very normal for them to sleep with a woman not a pro, just a girl, sleep with girls on the first night. I've heard.
That can happen. That can happen, but I never had that. He said, what Colombian girl? I'll tell you. Tuluá, Cali, Buitrera, Palmira, Buenaventura, Popayán, Armenia, Quindío, let me see here, Circasia, Cundinamarca, Santa Marta, because he said that he has family in Santa Marta, right? Santa Marta, Palomino, what do you call, I can name like Riohacha, I can name Leticia, I can name a whole bunch of places. Like, see, this is the thing is you are what you attract. The energy that you put out is what you attract. For you to say what girls like, oh boy, I know the women right now that have gone years. Maybe they lied to me, but they have gone years of men offering them and everything else. Because after I broke up with my ex-girlfriend, I've been trying to date this girl for years. For like a year and like 3 months. She has never ever allowed me to. And every time I went over, I had to sit with her in her family's room. In her family's living room. I met the father. I met the grandmother. I met everything else. I had to go to church with her. I had to go to the family wedding before I got a kiss, like in 3 weeks. Only after 6 months. No, yeah, the year one was she was a black Colombian because she left to Chile. Most of the country, Chelo Capo, if you're listening to me, I want you to know this. Most of the country outside of Parque Lleras is very conservative. That's not reality. That's a fake world that you're living in. Go outside of that. I can guarantee you. Go to Tunja. Go to Santander, go to all these other places. I guarantee you'll find women like that. You'll find lots of women like that. I'm shocked that he will even say that. Like, what?
No, I believe that you can find women that will make you wait in Colombia. Like when I think of the women all the women that I've met from like the coffee region, they're way more conservative than the women in Medellin.
Yeah, it just depends where you go.
Different animal altogether. Like
that's not real life.
I had a very hard time. Like probably majority of the women in Medellin ain't making, whether she's working or not, ain't making a man wait 6 months.
Well, it's like the United States.
The men there will tell you like, yeah, we're like the men in Medellin will tell you they hit in the first night.
Well, the thing is because that's Medellin, but it's like going in the United States. If you go to the nice southern towns and everything else where you're from, you'll find women that are more Christ-centered, that are more religious-based and stuff like that. Not to say that there are not bad ones inside the church, because there's some really bad ones inside the church, But it's the same thing in the United States. Is where you go, where you're located, the place that you're in. Medellin does not represent all of Colombia, unfortunately. And I know women from like Envigado, women from like. I know a girl from Envigado that I dated for a while. She never, became good friends. Most of the girls that I became good friends were failed dates, and we just became good friends, and that's it. That's another thing, with the passport bros, and especially with Homies Hub and him being after you. Guys, you can't be hurt if a woman doesn't want you. Sometimes you're just not her type, and that's it. Like for example, I'm sure you saw my video, like I was telling Homies Hub, I said, listen, bro, Mariah said that she prefers nice, tall, dark Puerto Rican men. I'm a short, light-skinned Colombian. You got to learn how to take the L. It's about grace. You got to learn how to take the L. You got to learn how to be acceptable. You can't be butthurt if all these women, sometimes you're not
Well, I
her
like the
type,
Puerto
and
Rican
that's
men
it.
that look like me. The Puerto Rican that
Huh?
look like me. I like the Puerto
Yeah.
Rican. Like right now, my boyfriend's Dominican, and we look the same. He's just tall
Uh-huh.
and like that.
But that's another thing, guys. You can't get like so butthurt about it if a woman is not your type. And this is another reason why I know they're not going there for really dating, because most of the guys that are coming there are automatically not going to be a woman's type. You're not going to be a woman's type. Too much of a different culture. The complaints that I hear from Colombian women is that the North American is emotionless. Is like a robot. They don't like to share. They're kind of rude, and I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. It's just a difference in
I can
culture.
see that.
Yeah.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. Like but yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
But I mean, you understand because you come from both worlds. Like you said, you grew up around Spanish people, so you understand both sides of the thing. But at the same time, I'm not saying that Colombia is perfect, because I mean, people think that I'm trying to put Colombia on a pedestal. It's just not that. If you don't have something in common, if you don't have any type of chemistry, 9 times 10 it's not going to work out, especially not right away. So if you meet a girl and you smash it on the first night, and you're a foreigner, 9 times out of 10, she's not good. It can happen, like the girl from LA. The girl from LA to this day, 2 years together. God bless them, even though they fight with each other. I've been hearing stories, but yeah, they're still lasting. She's happy with him. You ever heard the thing, misery loves company? Well, they cheat on each other, but they don't want to leave each other.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, Ray. Well, do you have? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay,
I like when you leave.
No, for the sake of time, because I do want to get to my panel, and then I have some other things I got to do tonight. Do you have any closing thoughts or remarks that you would like to add to leave the audience with?
Yeah, when you go to Colombia, please go outside of Medellin. You can go to other cities, explore other cultures, see other forms of thinking, explore other foods. Because the thing is that Medellin does not represent. I get one thing that I always do, argue with people, because they say, "Oh, Colombian food has no flavor." It's not that. You're eating paisa food. Paisas are descendants of agricultural people. They're farmers. That doesn't represent all of Colombia. Please do me the favor. Go to the southwest. If you go to the really far south, where by the Ecuadorian border, you find that the food is very similar to Ecuadorian food. You go to the northern coast.
Food is so good. It's so damn good.
Yeah, it's good. They have similar dishes. Like where I come from, you have something called encocado de jaiba, which is a crab cooked in coconut milk. They have encocado de jaiba also in Ecuador also, because we used to be the same country. Panama, Colombia, we all used to be together. Guys, please explore, see other countries. Yeah. And please, people, listen to Mariah.
You didn't know I was a historian, didn't you, Ray? You didn't know I was a historian. You ain't know I know all about that.
Yeah. Listen, and it really hurts me to see that people are trying to tear you down on YouTube and stuff like that, and on TikTok. You know what you're talking about. You talk to the people. You know the culture. You hang around us. Like, you really, really understand. And for the people to say, "Oh, she doesn't know how to speak English. She doesn't know what you're talking about." Guys, she knows way more than you. Like, when I'm telling you, as a born and bred there, she knows her stuff. She's the right person to go to. If you want to learn Spanish, go to her. If you want to learn, get an opportunity. And people, please don't think that I'm trying to be xenophobic. You want to go to Colombia? I don't care. You want to stay there? I don't care. You want to take all the white Colombians? I don't care. I prefer black girls anyways. All right? I'll date a black girl, but I prefer black girls anyways. I don't care. I don't care. What part of I don't care do you not understand? Well, why don't you make it illegal? It's not about that. It's for their protection. Stop hitting the women. Stop touching the kids. Behave. Do things in private. Everybody's going to be all right. You mind your business. I mind my business. But if you're hurting my people, I have to stand up, because they're my people. Just as Mariah, when people say that people talk bad about the United States, she stands up for the United States. Because she was born, raised there. She knows what the culture there and stuff like that. That's all it is. I'm not a hater. I'm not here for that. I'm not a police. And my channel was never an anti-passport bro channel. I just want to travel the world, eat food, and maybe like wake up in a nice hotel in the Mediterranean somewhere. That's I wish I could do that. That's all I want to do.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Well, thank you,
So,
Ray. I'm so go ahead.
No.
Go
And
ahead.
to finish off, I'm going to get you back in Team Colombian. I will find you one. If you want a nice, tall, dark, curly-haired Colombian from Cali, I'll do that. You got to dance salsa.
Child, I do not think my man would appreciate that.
Okay, no problem. If he's listening, I'm sorry. I was just joking.
No,
Hermano,
no,
yo estaba jugando.
It's all jokes. It's all fun and games. But but he better act right. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. With that said,
and to finish, one last thing. If you ever want me to come back on, yeah, I would love to definitely come back on. I really don't do lives. Like, you're one of the few people I should do it for, you know?
oh yeah, no, of course. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have you back. And thank you so much. This is a very enlightening dialogue. Hopefully we were able to make some things plain, make some connections, and bridge some gaps that were there. Okay, guys, with that said, I'm gonna let Ray go. We are gonna have a panel. Please, y'all, Ray is my friend. Chil Capo, you are my friend. Robert is my friend. Everybody in my chat, I respect everybody. So when y'all get up here, any comments that y'all have to make about anything that was said tonight, I ask that you refrain from ad hominem attacks. What's that mean? Name calling people, all that kind of stuff. Just if you disagree, that's fine. Address what was said. Okay.
Oh yeah, as for
All
me,
right.
don't worry. Like, I don't watch things like that. Anybody who says negative things about, it's better not for me, because I don't want to get hooked into that. But you take care, okay?
Yeah. You too.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you so much, Kim. Okay. Now, I have put the link in the chat. This is a very good conversation, y'all. Okay, so for those of y'all who don't know, I'm waiting on people to come up here. I want to do a trip to Sosua at the end of the month. So here is my fund. I want to do a trip to Sosua, and I need some equipment upgrades. So for my microphone, for here, I want to get like a bigger, like a better microphone, and one that I can put like a lapel mic so I can do my IRLs when I go to Sosua. And in Sosua, I will be linking with some content creators that y'all know of. So if y'all want to see that, send it in the Cash App or the PayPal and put Sosua. Any little thing counts, and I update it. So this number, every time somebody donate and they put Sosua or whatever the case may be, I go on here and I update it and I bring that number down. Okay, what's up, Chil Capo? How are you? You waited patiently.
Mariah.
Not really. You was going off in the comments. You really was not patient.
I was
What's
patient.
up? How are you?
I'm good. How
Barely,
you doing? How you liking DR?
I love DR. It's very nice.
It's the vibe, right?
It's about game changer. I'm gonna bring you up. Let's let Chil Capo like kind of get, say we gonna say I'm gonna bring you up for the second game changer. Go ahead.
No, I didn't have too much. You know me. I'm not even one of those. I'm not a crash out. I'm not one of these street, you know what I mean? Like, I can say what I gotta say and defend myself with full respect.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Of all of the people who were commenting and commentating about my situation, he was the most like, it was more personal than just reporting, hey, this is what I heard, this is it. Like, he was putting some extra, you know what I mean, on top of it.
That's all.
And we done spoke about this off camera and everything before. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have a problem with the people that don't know what they don't know, because you really don't know the facts. You really don't know the reality of what happened with my situation. And all I asked for, just like when you made your post, I called you, I reached out to you, I said, hey, what's up? Let me introduce myself. Let me, you know what I mean? I didn't come at you like, yo, that video, you said, nah, because you don't know what you don't know. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And all I wanted to do was just add my little piece to the conversation. Just hate me or love me, just at least you can hear my side of the situation, and then take it for whatever you want. Either you believe it, you don't believe it. But for everything that happened to me, I think I handled it pretty well. My rebuttal video, I wasn't disrespecting Colombia. I wasn't, to this day, I still don't tell people, don't go to Colombia, don't rock with Colombia, F Colombia, all that. I've never disrespected anything or anyone in Colombia. All I simply said is, hey, you guys got your information wrong. Let me clarify some things. And then after that, you go on about your business, say what you got to say. But at least you can say, hey, you know what? I talked to the guy. You know what I'm saying? I heard him out. You may not agree with everything that happened, but at least at the end of the day, you at least heard the other person's side. Because living in any society where you're just judging people based off of what a article or a post on Instagram from someone who never met the person does, just like how the white guy that got caught with the kid on the balcony and that whole story went and exploded and everything. Unseen. I was one of the first people to say, oh, okay, that's not the right story. Let me post, let me correct this, because I understand what that feels like when people post false information and judge something, even though, yeah, okay, when you got the president addressing it, then I'm going to assume that everybody did their research about the situation. But it just, again, I'm guilty of it too. Well,
it wasn't just that. There was a video going around.
Yeah, and the video looks crazy.
And the video, it looked like, and I'm like, you know, I know it's blurred out, but it was like the video. Of course, it's a minor. You're gonna blur it out, right?
Right.
But
right.
The video, it looked like some activity was going on. So it was kind of like, well, yeah. I mean, but at the same time, I think two people. Again, we all were so much more willing to run with it based on everything that's going on in the media and just. And a lot of true things that are going on in the media. And I think it's like, it's just coming to a boiling point, honestly and truly. And that's why I think it's so important for us to have these conversations and try to like bridge these gaps with these locals. But at the same time, I'll say this, we have got to, when it comes to things that are going on back in like online with the travel space, we have got to clean up our own backyard. Like that's the only way forward. Because if all of this continues, all of this, like I heard that conversation that you were having, Robert. First of all, shout out to Robert and Game Changer. This conversation, I heard I reviewed the dialogue that happened between you and Homie Tub and his pimp. And to me, what it sounded like us versus them conversation, and you need to pick what side of this you're going to be on. Now, all foreigners need to understand that when it comes to Colombians in their country, if you choose to go against them in their own country, that's a losing fucking battle. That is a senseless fight to have. You're never going to win that. You're always picking the wrong side if you choose, it's going to be, if you choose this mentality, if it's foreigners against them, you lost. You lost already because you are a small drop in a big sea and you don't have the power. You don't. So that's what I'm saying. People need to get out of their egos and recognize when they are and when they are not in a position of power. And we simply don't have the power as foreigners going to these countries. Any grace that they extend to us, it is given, but it is not owed. It's the reality of the matter. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let y'all talk. I'm finna go grab my cheese at the refrigerator. I'm hungry. Go ahead.
Hey, get to it. But yeah, I didn't even want to be on here long or say nothing crazy. I just wanted that opportunity to speak to Ray and have that dialogue with him. And for whatever reason, he has his reasons. I can't force nobody to speak and do anything, but I was fully prepared to have a conversation with the brother. I don't think he's a bad guy, but I did feel like he was trying to put certain things out there on the internet and spew my name more than just on a like just giving the journalistic facts that he knew. He took it to the extra, you know what I'm saying, the little extra intent behind it, and and I was just like, look, at the end of the day, you're on the platform. I just turned on the TV, went to YouTube, and I saw Mariah. You was talking to him. I'm like, oh, perfect. The homies is here. Let's have the conversation. And, I can't force anybody to talk. I don't want to disrespect the channel. I would never do anything like that. I just wanted to address, because you see right away, oh, yeah, he's telling people his mom is Colombian. Actually, sir, that's a fact. Oh, he's disrespecting the director of immigration. Actually, sir, she came on my Instagram commenting and threatening me. And I just simply replied. You know what I'm saying?
I saw that.
I didn't know where her Instagram was. How is she stalking me from her personal Instagram? As a director of immigration, why are you threatening and carrying on with somebody that you deported several weeks ago from your personal account, unless maybe something I was saying had some truth to it and I was exposing something that you didn't want exposed? Because only a hit dog hollers. That's what my grandma used to say. Only a hit dog hollers. You know what I'm saying? I don't see the director of the FBI commenting on people that he investigated in America. So I would expect somebody of that level and that level of authority to have more self-control and, professionalism at her job, to not be threatening and harassing me 3 weeks after I've already left the country.
Brother, I can't really follow I can't really follow this conversation because it's talking about a sequence of events that I'm not privy to. So could you help with that?
Okay. Long story short. I can help you. Long story short, hold on. Actually, Capo, can you explain what happened? You on here.
You eating.
Can you explain to my audience what happened with your situation?
So, in April, I was deported from Medellin. I was taken out of a nightclub. I was hosting an event at a nightclub because I booked the DJ for a nightclub in Parquilleres. I have been doing such things since 2022. Never had any issues. I held legal visa status since 2022. Had multiple cedulas, multiple visas. Did everything the right way with my lawyer year after year. This particular year, I was late turning in my paperwork by about 3 or 4 weeks. I was late turning in my paperwork. I had a problem with another nightclub in the city because I was no longer working with them. And I went across the street to work with the competition. So those people that own that nightclub are powerful people in the city and have their resources. So the only people that knew that I did not have a current active visa in the city was those people at that nightclub. The club is called Sky Park. So the only people that knew that was the people at Sky Park. Previous to the event, I was pulled aside and threatened by the people at Sky Park. Fast forward the next week, I have the event. All of a sudden, I'm dragged out of the nightclub by 10 immigration officers, 10 police officers, and taken to jail. I'm told at the jail that I simply have to pay a fine and I'll be released in the morning because I am not technically under legal status in Colombia, even though you get 180 days in the country, no problem. And I just came off of an active visa. So they give you 30 days to request.
That is true.
Yeah. They always give because it takes time for your new visa to process. Colombia isn't an instant, okay, you submitted your visa, here's your paperwork, here's your documents the next day. So me already being, let's just call it a month late, that month period of time, I didn't think in my mind that anybody at immigration would be coming to look for me just simply for overstaying. So boom, I get taken. They tell me just pay the fine. Okay, cool. Pay the fine in the morning. I spend the night in jail next to a real pedophile, Sam McVeigh, the white man that was deported with me. Whatever, that's the story, his business. So
he was a real weirdo.
he's the guy that should have got all the headlines. Ray should have been doing a video about him, not me. Respectfully, but that's neither here nor there. I had the bigger following. I had the bigger name. I had the bigger presence on social media. So I get why I was the more interesting thing to talk about in April 2026. So I was deported. When I left, there was no problems. There was no issues. By the time I land in Miami, I start seeing the articles. I start seeing the I'm getting videos sent to me from Colombian television, news reports, DC born Rob, this person, that person, Mariah made a video, Ray made a video, like everybody that does any sort of content about Colombia, my black ass was front and center. Now all of those videos were taken down because, you know, I got friends at Meta and I know how to remove content, you know what I'm saying? So most of those videos by immigration are no longer there, but I was the first of a chain of dominoes of foreigners that were influencers, I should say, that were being either denied entry or deported under the sexual tourism umbrella. And anybody that knows my content knows like Ray was saying, oh, this content's about sex, this content's about this and that. And Mariah, thank you for you know, rebutting that, because you know, you follow my content long enough. I don't post that type of stuff on Unseen Medellin or Chill Capo. Am I guilty of being a lit black man that has good parties and good events? Yeah, I'm guilty of being somebody with some flow and some motion in Colombia. I'm guilty of being popular, but I'm not selling no box. I'm not promoting the sell of box. All I'm doing is taking care of my people when they come to the city. If you want to go to Lorella's, cool, let's go to Lorella's. Let's go party over there. You want to go do some super local shit? Let's go to Guadalupe. Let's go to Manrique. Let's go to different parts of the city. You know what I mean? So my content was more than just party. My content was educational and trying to warn people, hey, if you are coming out here, these are the dangers that could happen. These are the reasons why people die. This, you know what I'm saying? This is what to avoid and what to look out for. That was the majority of my content. So
yeah, that's what I saw.
So anybody who claims all he talks about is women and this and this, and I don't have to promote the women. All you have to do is go outside. There's women everywhere. You don't have to promote that. I don't have to advertise Colombia as that. All I'm trying to do is educate all the foreigners coming here. Hey, if you're going to come here and do these things, just know there's a safe way and there's a stupid way. And that's all I ever tried to do. So I got deported. You know, everything went the way it went. And I've been fighting to just, you know, not necessarily argue or go back and forth with anybody. That's why I was frustrated. He didn't want me to join the live, because all we had to do is just like we're having a conversation right now. I'm not upset. I'm well past the upset and all that fade. The stages of grief have already passed. I'm moving on. I was in the DR for the last 30 days, had a great time. I'm going to Panama on Thursday. I go to the motherland. Okay. I'm in Panama on Thursday after I take my son to go see Kanye West. I'm just taking advantage of being home and spending time with my family, spending time with my mother, spending time with my son. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. And then I'm back overseas with it. And I'm going to Panama. I'm not going to a passport bro location. You know what I mean? I'm going to be in Panama, chilling with my family out there, you know, just having a good time connecting with them and seeing if maybe that's another long-term place I want to be or not. And that's, you know, long story short, that's it, man. Shout out to my boy Rob in the building. Or he left.
Yeah. Rob, you left? Hold on. Okay. What's going on?
Boston Rob.
What's going on?
And shout out to Rob is not a racist. Rob was the first white dude on any platform coming to my defense saying Capo ain't do nothing, free to Capo.
They try to, yes, no, you're right, Capo. Every time they try to put racist on his name, I defend him down. Because I remember.
That's
Cap.
Why was
he would have been the first person. Yeah, forget Capo. Forget Cap. No, Rob was the first person.
Well, I'm not familiar with him. I'm not really familiar with Rob. Why would anybody assume that you're racist?
Because I've been calling out passport bros for behavior lately, and they just said that the track record looks like it's just black guy after black guy, so I'm racist because they couldn't say that what I was saying was wrong, so they go for skin color. I mean, that's just,
the low hanging fruit.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Rob, before he would say, because this was making him mad, I'll like break it down to you a little bit more. So Rob called out some Passport Bros behaviors, and he held BMT accountable for not fully addressing that. That was it. There was another dude that went and made a group chat and was like, let's mass report Robert. So Robert's page got taken. It was that for like a week.
9
and we
days.
was like,
Yeah.
it was like, where Robert at? So y'all got to understand, that's personal. When you start reporting people's Instagram page, I know it doesn't sound like a big deal, but it is a big deal because Instagram is influence and that brings money.
That ain't even the part though. They started harassing my wife. That's the part that really set me off.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So then when he got his page back, he came back with a vengeance. So he started calling people out and he started reporting them to immigration that were in these group chats sharing videos of these women that they had no idea that they were being recorded. But I say this, people cannot be mad because they should have left him alone. They only went and mass reported him over hurt feelings. You're mad just because he said he wasn't really just coming at people individually or reporting nobody. You mad because you don't like what this man said and now you want to silence him. You want to go after his wife. So guess what? You can't be mad when somebody say, okay, you want to come for me, I'm going to come 10 times harder. Certain people you need to leave alone or you need to let people have an opinion. That's me. So I don't think you wrong in nothing you doing, Rob, because I know if it would be me, I'm gonna get tired. Do you hear me? I'm on go after that. What do you mean? So it is what it is. The people just gotta accept they mess with the wrong person.
Yeah, I mean, and that's all that it was. So, but it's neither here nor there now. But I mean, the one guy that I called out to start was sent over by guys in the group. They sent me 4 zip files on this dude saying someone got to say something about this, right? So I just say one thing and then I kept it moving after that. That's all that it was. But then but that quickly people forgot that my content started with me calling out the mayor and migration in support of Capo. Like I mean, a racist guy ain't doing that. Right? I was jeopardizing my own place in this country where I'm married and have a kid, calling out the mayor.
You did. Absolutely. I remember I was there. We were there from the beginning. So that's why ain't nobody gonna put the racist tag on you. I remember when you were talking about the girls scoping guys. So it's like before you said anything about the Passport Bros behavior, you were calling for accountability for the things that were happening to them and still continue to call for accountability. But the problem is people think that two ideas can't hold the same space at once. They can't understand that you can both want men to be safe when they're traveling to this country, but also want men to not engage in behaviors that harm the citizens or make the country look bad, in a public light. And that's what I'm saying. It's this black and white mentality, this no nuance mentality. It's either you're this or you're that when there's so much more space in the in-between to work with.
Yeah. And Temecula is saying that BMT addressed it quite well. No, he didn't. BMT was asked if he felt that and believed that Passport Bros were to blame for some of the issues that are going on with migration and things of that issue. And he flat out said, no, that is not addressing it well because Passport Bros are responsible for it. Here's the thing. Passport Bro ideology, what we define ourselves as, none of that matters. The only thing that matters is who do the locals consider to be Passport Bros, right? I get it when you have a club, you have a group, whatever. Like, yeah, we know who we are and who we're not, but that doesn't change how the locals and how the government is viewing it and how they are attacking it, right? So at the end of the day, Passport Bros are to blame for what is going on. Passport Bros, right, are the ones in the WhatsApp groups sharing secret hidden sex videos. Passport Bros are doing that stuff. The moment that PMT said that they're not responsible, he green-lighted that behavior continuing, and that is a lapse in judgment on his part, and he should be held accountable accountable for that, right? Because he has a voice and people listen to him, and he had a chance right there to say something and maybe get guys to act right, and he chose not to. So you know what? That's why I said something to BMT.
Yeah, I watched that interview. I think he did that interview. I believe it was with Jamie. And I actually went to that interview, and it was the classic pull the race card. People just don't, and I'm gonna say this, you know, you don't gotta agree. People just don't want to see black men traveling, and that's why. And it's like he did not one time say, yeah, like just admit, like if he could just admit, yes, there are men who were doing this and they've hijacked the movement, or because here's the thing, these men who were doing these engaging in these activities, making these YouTube videos, doing all, they are claiming passport bro. They're doing this all under the passport bro moniker. And then when you say it's not an organization, it's an ideology. Well, here's the thing. It's not like a fraternity. Like Alpha Kappa Alpha, there's paperwork involved in that. There's legality. So if somebody's claiming to be an alpha and they're not, oh no, not AK, Alpha Phi Alpha. If they're claiming to be an alpha and they're not, guess what? You have legal recourse, right? Passport Bros movement is not a real organization, so it don't have legal recourse and anybody can claim it. But here's the thing, you can't argue with people about public perception. You cannot re-educate them, because here's the thing, the majority of the visible Passport Bros ain't on shit and they not doing the right thing. And they promoting toxic ass messages to each other about women in these other countries. So it's no change in people's, and not just that, the people are there witnessing and seeing certain things with their own eyes. So you're not going to argue with them, right? And my whole thing, I've said this before, I'm going to say it again, I don't care who get mad. You are delusional as hell. If every time somebody critique you, you go back to people just don't want to see the black man travel and the black man lead the United States. Y'all need to go in some of these conservative groups. Every time y'all make videos, I've seen them myself. Every time y'all make videos talking about we need to leave the United States, y'all, them white folks be in the group. Who's going to tell them? When can we help them pack their bags? This is what they're saying. I promise you this is the mentality they have. They're not trying to hold y'all hostage, and it's not all white people, but I'm talking about the ones that y'all think are trying to hold y'all hostage is ready for y'all to go. Ready. I'm just being honest.
Yeah. I don't think that it's white people that they think is trying to hold them hostage, but I get your point in general.
Tamilika, yes. Yo, this is the thing with BMT, right? It doesn't automatically represent Passport Bros and that not being fair at all. I get that. But BMT is viewed as a leader within that community. And he had a moment he could say something and impact everybody, good, bad, and indifferent. And he chose to not take any kind of accountability for it at all. Right. And those guys that are acting up do identify as Passport Bros. What's that?
I said he's not accountable because it's not his action.
Yeah, but he's not personally accountable. But when you are considered a leader of a group and movement and someone asks you a question, right, you do have accountability there, because what you say, people are going to listen to.
Yes. So the question that was asked, excuse me if this is not word for word, but the question was asked was basically like, is the behaviors of the Passport Bros ruining the Passport Bros movement or something like that? It was. Are they the reason
that people are getting deported and immigration is coming after them, right? That community in general.
That and instead of him acknowledging, like, yes, there is a rather large faction of Passport Bros that are people who are claiming to be Passport Bros who are engaging in this behavior and it's having a negative impact on the movement as a whole. He chose to say those aren't Passport Bros. You can't say that because if it's an ideology, then that's not nothing written in stone. The fact of the matter is these men are claiming to be Passport Bros. People believe that they are the real Passport Bros. And BMT was like, well, we need to just continue to educate people on what a Passport Bro is. It's gone beyond that. People are going to look at you when you try to say, well, a Passport Bro is a man that's trying to leverage his dollar and find a traditional wife. Well, they're going to look in their communities where these men are coming and they're going to say, well, I see majority of y'all are not married. I see the majority of y'all engaging in certain behaviors. Oh, I see y'all are posting these things online. Oh, I see. Oh, you're saying you're one of the good ones, but I seen you in this group chat or I see you commenting XYZ on YouTube, right? Just like when Melvin tried to come in and was like, oh, the one that you reported in, we're not all bad. Melvin was like, we're not all bad. He came on my page fronting. Only to get fronted out.
He tried to harass my wife. That's the guy that tried to harass my wife. Like trying to go around asking people who is my wife, trying to find my wife. He's saying not all people are bad. He can't even get into Colombia. Nothing. I ain't including you and him with Melvin Caffo, right? But I'm just saying, this dude's already being banned from countries, right? He's creating an issue. I got 4 zip files on Melvin. So exactly. And then he's the guy to speak up and say, not all of you can't group us all in there. He's at the top of the list.
You have to, yeah. And it's like, trust is broken. Even if y'all try to like explain to locals what a passport bro is, they're first of all gonna laugh at you because they're gonna feel gaslit, and then community trust has been broken. Because let's be so for real, it's a lot of lying ass, snaky, slimy individuals that's in that movement, like Melvin, trying to play games with people, play games with people like emotions, and try to spin a narrative, and don't want to be honest about the stuff that they do. Okay, so for right now, I'm not okay. Thank you to malicious, T malicious. Okay, traveling men misbehaving does not automatically equate to passport bros, but they're saying they are. To malicious, that's what I'm saying. The men are saying that they are. If you think about the passport bros who are promoting all the sex tourism and the women being hoes and throwing these parties with these women, men tuition are saying that they passport bros.
Them dudes is just
no. I understand that, but
them guys is NOVs.
So take what BMT
said.
On vacation. Take what BMT said about it being an ideology, right?
Hold on, wait. Let me finish reading. Wait. Okay. Let me finish reading the comment. I am one of the original members of BMT, and our group was very small. He is not responsible for bad behaviors of traveling men, but we're not saying he's responsible for their behaviors. We're saying that he is not admitting that the behaviors of a lot of what it has become is toxic. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, and it might have started off with very good intentions, but what happened was that he did not take accountability for.
He's not
saying he did anything, but the movement grew beyond him. It got uncontrollable, and now it has evolved into something completely different, and he's not willing to admit that when everybody else.
Okay. So let me say this: if what he says is true, and it is an ideology, it is a belief system, then one could only say that a person who is not following this ideology is not a part of this movement. Now, I get your analogy when you say Alpha Phi Alpha or AKA, First Black Sorority and Fraternity, respectively. I understand that portion, but that is on paper. There are certain things that are ideology, like Christianity or, Judaism or something like that, that a person can claim without following any of the tenets. And then if the leaders of that community says that this person is not associated with us, then it would be fair to say that. Am I correct?
No, that's not necessarily true, because here's the thing. If you talk about any religion, if you talk about Christianity, or if you talk about Buddhism is one of those ones that I've been learning about a lot, right? So you have all these different schools of Buddhism, but there was originally one. What happened? Other people came along and said, no, it's this, it's that. So those original people that were in Theravada Buddhism couldn't tell them, you're not a real Buddhism. No, they just went, and now they're in their own branch of Buddhism, but everybody else looks at them and that's a Buddhism. We don't care about that. That's a Buddhist. We don't care about the differences between these different schools of Buddhism. Mm-hmm. No, they are Buddhist to us. We don't care about, they practice it this way, or they believe this, or they don't believe this, or they worship deities in this school of Buddhism. They don't believe in it. We don't care about none of that shit.
What BMT is saying is that, as the person, I guess, as one of the founders or the originators of it, is that if you do not follow these tenets, then, right quick, brother, please. If you do not follow these tenets, then you are not associated with whatever, these tenets represent. Period.
But here's the thing: the
authority to do that. With their public perception, these men are saying they're passport bros, and public perception dictates that they are. Just because you happen to be within
I understand what you're saying.
An original faction don't mean that what they are doing is not having a direct effect on how people perceive them.
I understand that, and that's a problem that he has. However, what it seems as though the two of you are doing.
Hold on, wait. One thing I want to say to you, Game Changer, too. And you can believe how you want to believe, and you can date how you want to behave. I'm not trying to change your mind. But one thing Ray said, again, this is a Colombian local, and they're taking notice of the things that y'all are saying. And you came on my channel and said about American Black men. And y'all are saying these things out loud, and other people from other countries associate this with a very negative behavior. It's not cool to them. And you have to understand, like I said, the type of Black women that travel to Colombia is not the type of Black women that's going to South Beach, Miami. So y'all talking shit about Black women constantly. And when Black women come to Colombia, when Black women come to Colombia, the locals see a very different version of Black women than what y'all are describing on the internet. So that's what I'm saying. Even you could be coming and trying to do the right thing, but it's certain things that y'all say online that really turn people off to y'all in general. It don't even gotta be paper play. It's certain work y'all.
Okay, no, I understand what you're saying. But you said Black men. You said
your mic is low, bro. Your mic is really low.
Okay, I thank you. I understand. If a Colombiana were to hear me on my channel or something like that, then their only perception of Black women isn't the ones that visit Colombia. Because they have an internet connection, their perception of Black women is everything that is being displayed on the internet. Therefore, they have the same perception of the plurality of Black women that I do. Now, if they have an internet connection, they do. So you're saying that they have an internet connection, they only hear Black men critique them, and they don't actually see the world star hip hop behavior?
That you watch and that's in your algorithm is in their algorithm, sir. When I went to Colombia after I started watching Colombian stuff, so certain stuff was not in my algorithm on TikTok no more. And their perception of what a Black woman is very different. And then also, again, I just know from being an African American woman in Colombia, they know they don't have negative perceptions about us.
I've been there, and yes, they do. But I will say this.
Sir,
if they watch my channel,
or you start talking shit about Black women and they just shut up and look like they agree. Like, for real.
Okay. I could tell you stories, but I'm not. What I will say is that if they come to my channel and get a negative perception of Black women, my channel featured Black women behaving in a negative way. Therefore, they seen it because they were in my channel. And that's pretty much everybody. Like, if they were to go to...
My point that I'm making is that you think what you think is doing, it's not doing. It's painting y'all in a bad light. The effect that y'all think is having, that's why I say carry on talking shit about Black women. I don't care, because at the end of the day, it doesn't affect the way that I get treated. My thing is what you were doing to direct negative energy toward Black women is actually painted you in a bad light. Because in other countries, it is not masculine for men to sit up and degrade their own cultures, women. Nobody else sit up on the internet and do that shit the way that y'all do that shit. And what it does is counterproductive.
Nobody else has women as terrible as ours. So
yeah, you know what's funny? The opposite is happening, where men are from the U.S. are coming here to like places like Colombia, saying, "Hey, we're having to get away from the women in the U.S." And then they act a certain way here, and the locals can't stand them. And then they meet the women that come from the U.S. and be like, "Hey, y'all are actually the ones that we kind of like, and we don't really like a lot of them." So
y'all cool, but they don't talk shit about their women. They just, one thing I noticed, they won't sit up and talk too much shit about their women. No, they don't. The local men don't. Like, they'll talk about some things they don't like.
The local, maybe not to you, but the local men do talk a lot of shit about their women. A lot. And this is just from knowing them from a game of dominoes. Like, they talk a lot over a very short acquaintance with them.
Yeah, they might talk a lot playing dominoes. They don't go on fucking Instagram and YouTube and make whole long videos about it and shit.
And then they try to, like with me, a woman, like they try to keep it to like a minimum. What they, they'll say stuff and then just it's kind of like, hey, women can't live with them, can't live without them. But I still don't get the perception that they hate their women, even when they be talking shit. I don't get the perception that they absolutely hate their women, right?
Because they don't.
Well, I don't either.
Hey, so here's the thing. Hey, real quick, I want to touch on something real quick because we brought up, and I want to talk to Team Malicious because he says he's one of the original like OGs in that movement.
Wait, Robert. Let me flip and wait impatiently. Flip, say what you were gonna say.
Okay. Thanks for having me on, Mariah. I was listening to the conversation. You can hear me pretty good?
I can.
Okay,
if you could talk a little bit louder, that would be great.
Yes, okay. I have this microphone attached to the camera type of setup. I was listening to your conversation, and the guy you had on, his name is Ray, the Colombian dude, and I know you heard him when he was talking. He was saying that how they are like class dissensions or racism, and so to speak, toward black men, and they get inferior jobs and things of that nature in certain parts of Colombia, right? So
not black men, Afro-Colombians.
Afro-Colombian. So don't you think that rubs off on them when black men from America come visit their country and around themselves? You think there's no form of jealousy and animosity toward black men? Because now now the class changes. So you think there's
Well, let me be very clear. If you were born in Colombia with your skin color, more than likely you'd be starting at the bottom of society, but you're not. Now, in terms of Black American men, I would be more willing to say racism is a big part if y'all was coming to that country and doing what the fuck you supposed to be doing. But y'all not. If black men were coming to Colombia.
Wait, right? Right. The white man coming to do the same thing, and now our black man is doing it. What's the difference?
But here's the thing, Flip. The white men are getting put on the news. I used to, when I was in Colombia, I was watching Colombian news every day. They was putting these white men on news, and the Colombian people talk about. Colombian people talk. Listen,
it's more the pedal stuff that they probably would get put on blast. But other than that, white men being traveling over there, no problem at all for.
Because you know why? This is why I'm gonna say black folks don't know how to act. The white men were not getting on the internet with it like that.
Okay, black men.
Y'all love to be flashy, then be mad when you get the attention.
Black man culture is what it is. Black man culture feel like that.
If I can get off a few points next, I appreciate it.
If you don't be flashy, expect to get attention.
But black men,
you gotta and let everybody know your moves. Let your left hand know what your right hand doing all the time. Expect people to have something to say about it, or just be quiet.
Mariah, you said you admitted you was a stripper and everything, right? What kind of music is what kind of music that was played after stripper? Rappers that flaunt what they have, and guys that go over there, they flaunt what they have, and they try to pick up the girls and all that, right? That's a society that men in America grows up on. Black men grow up on. So what do you think that's not going to rub off when we go to Colombia? So
I didn't say it's not going to rub off. What I'm saying is consequences.
Bash the men that become clients of yours that hang out in these strip clubs. They're the same mentality. It's just that they transfer over to foreign countries.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. What works in America don't work everywhere else. And also, again, I'm not saying that the mentality don't transfer over. What I'm saying is it comes with consequences. And if it didn't come with consequences, we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. So here's the thing. You can act how you want to act, whether or not it was cultural influence or it's by choice, but you can't control when people react to it. And here's the thing. When y'all try to play that race card, all variables have to be consistent and the same if you're going to claim racism. The reality of the matter is these white men ain't out here being flashy, boasting, and trying to be seen. They be trying to come do their business in private and get the hell on. The black men want to be seen. They want to be flashy. They want to let everybody know what they doing, but then be upset when they draw criticism and then claim racism. So here's my thing. I would be more willing to say it was racism if black men was coming, being respectful with what they were doing, being quiet, paying for their little coochie and going on about their business. That's not what's happening, so I can't say that.
I guarantee you it's racism because DR is a Spanish speaking people as well, and they feel totally different than the Colombians.
The Dominican people is more like just in culture. You can't compare. First of all, you can't compare the two because just in culture, Dominicans flashy as hell. So it's like you can't even. It's that culture is more similar to African American culture.
Can I jump in real quick? I don't want to cut nobody off. All right, salute to everybody. I just want to get off a few things. The first thing is that prostitution is the oldest profession of mankind, and who was it created by? The great old white man. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now, the second
What?
thing is that when black men are very flashy, but that's part of their nature. That's why a lot of other ethnicities or ethnic groups say that black people are very charismatic, and that just comes with being a black man. So that's why we have a saying that the black man is the most hated but also at the same time the most imitated. These are all stereotypes that are true. So when it comes to Colombia or the Dominican Republic and etc., yes, black men do have that stereotype that they're flashy, they're this, they're that, they like to flaunt flambeaus. That's part of the genetic makeup of Black American men, and it's not going to stop, unfortunately. But it does come with consequences. Good or bad. You got to take the best of both worlds of with it. We can't control it. So I would just say on that behalf, that's something that nobody can control. But at the same time, if they're going to do that, then those individuals will suffer those consequences. So if they got a gold chain on in Colombia, and if they running around the hoods, the consequence may be, hey, he may get ran up on, he might get his chain snatched, he may get got. Those come with the consequences. He is aware of that. Now, as far as putting videos in the groups and etc., we are all grown ass people, excuse my French. So we are more than aware of the legalities of these consequences. So those individuals will be dealt accordingly to the system, as I would say. So other than that, I mean, people can chime in
Can
and
you talk?
get off what they want to say, but go ahead.
Yeah, can you talk about your experience with the white man or what you observed white men compared to black men, or even how they treat their own black men in Brazil, and there's a difference. So let them know about maybe a certain Latin culture like Colombia and Brazil. There's racism when it comes to that. So it doesn't change it when black men enter the equation as well. Can you kind of
Why
like
we gotta
Okay,
be
so I
going
will.
racism, bro?
Well,
Like
I'm
my
not.
whole thing,
I'll be brief on that if you don't mind, Mariah.
hey, you saying that it's no
I'll just be very very brief on that. So the commonality that I've seen between Mexico, the Dominican Republic, Colombia, and Brazil is that, of course, it goes way back in time into history where, of course, everybody worships the white man because they were brainwashed. They were brainwashed that way, during historical times. We're not going to go into that story. We all know this. So when it comes to things of that nature, it's really usually always about financial gain and the benefits of going to America. They want to flee their homeland to go to America. That's why they are predominantly with the white man for the financial gain and benefits. But other than that, when they talk about the black man, if we're making a fair comparison, they always go back to what I said earlier. The black man has charisma. He's funny and he makes me laugh. And we like to hang out with each other. Just to be brief on that part. But go ahead.
yeah. But my whole thing is this, man. I don't be focusing on all that racism stuff. I'm gonna keep it real. I
And you don't need
focus
to.
more. I focus more on: am I doing what I'm supposed to be doing? Am I conducting myself in the right way? If you're doing everything you're supposed to be doing and conducting yourself in an upstanding manner, then when people try to mistreat you or comfort you, then you have a leg to stand on. But when you out here on fuckery and foolishness, trying to pull that race card, y'all gotta understand it's not the United States. Y'all bully white people with that shit. A white person will start feeling guilty, and next thing you know, they calling for different laws, or they want to give us grants and funds because we black and shit like that. In Latin America, they don't give a fuck. You're not finna bully them by calling them
But
racist. They
Mariah,
never.
you do know you're not considered black though in most other countries. You do
In other
realize this,
countries,
right?
I do understand I'm not considered black in other countries. I get that. I realize that. But my point of the matter is, I have the same mentality even when I'm in the United States. The same thing I'm saying to y'all holds true when I'm in the United States. So y'all gotta understand, you is not finna come at Latinos pulling no race card. If anybody don't give a fuck, they don't give a fuck. You better try your luck with the American white man.
Mariah,
I'm just
you may be misinformed, or I don't want to be disrespectful, with all due respect, but you may be a bit ignorant when it comes to the treatment based on historical times in these
Sir,
different countries. With all due
don't do
respect, though. With
that.
all due respect, though.
Let me explain something to you. Cause see, sometimes I gotta explain stuff to you because y'all come on here and y'all think because y'all might have read a couple
You
books
can
or
say your
read or
piece and not rant.
watched.
I'm
Sir,
listening.
let me educate you on my background, sir.
All
I
right,
was
go
a
ahead.
political science major, history minor, geography was my third field of study, and I was a social studies teacher in the United States. So all of this, I may not understand the history. When I taught world history, I taught world civilization, all this kind of stuff. Don't come at me. I even Ray just got on here and told y'all how well and how accurate I am in explaining Colombian history. This is all stuff that I went and researched myself. And what I'm telling you to be true is the American white man has been the most lenient in terms of giving black people upward mobility and being willing
That's
to
your
listen to our
opinion, which you're
it's
entitled
not
to.
my opinion. It's not my opinion. You can
It's
go look
subjective. It
at
is your opinion.
you can go look at the monetary consequences of these policies. The most poor Black American person lives better than the average lower middle class person in a Latin American country. All of these upward
Wait, why are you
social
comparing the U.S. to Latin American countries? That's an unfair comparison.
You
From
just
an economic standpoint, it is.
compared it. You just brought it up. You just brought up the fact that I'm considered in other countries I'm
You're
not
not
considered
black,
black.
according to other countries. You're not black. That's what I
Yeah,
said
but
specifically.
what is your problem? What about what I'm saying is inaccurate? Because
The
I'm
only thing that I wanted to to address to you is that when you may be a bit ignorant, but I'm not being disrespectful to you. But when you go to these Latin American countries, like okay, you're in Colombia, so you are considered a mulatto. You're not considered the black type of
didn't I
person.
just
So you're treat.
didn't I
So
just
wait a
tell you
minute,
I know?
hold on, ma'am. So hold on, ma'am. Just really quick. So because branqueamiento, or because you have lighter skin, the dark skinned Colombians or other Colombians, they may give you more attention. They may treat you differently rather than the more African looking Colombians. And this is just based on their history.
Well, if
That's what I'm
y'all okay,
referring to.
so are
So
you
when you
trying to
say that,
say that
oh,
Black
get
American
out,
men get treated bad because y'all are dark skinned? Because if that's the case, quit taking your ass over there. Y'all don't gotta go.
can you repeat
You
that?
don't gotta go. If y'all feel like you getting treated bad in Latin America because you're dark skinned, then why take your ass over there?
It's
Go
the
somewhere
mandate.
else.
Ma'am, I never. Hold on, wait. I never. I mean, I wish you would listen just like a little bit more to what I actually said. So I was specifically referring to you as a light skinned woman. If you are in Colombia and based on their history, you would get different treatment as a light skinned woman versus being a dark skinned woman in Colombia based on their history. This has nothing to do
So
with a
how
black
are dark
man. I
skinned
was referring to you
Americans being treated
specifically.
in Colombia? How are dark skinned Americans? So what are you trying to say? So are you saying that I'm getting treated because I'm an American woman at the end of the day, and that makes a huge difference in Colombia. Period. So the conversation, the question was posed whether or not I think race plays a part in how the Black American male is being treated. So do you think that Black American men are getting treated worse than me in Colombia because of my skin color?
No, that's not what I was. That's not what I was referring to. Now
And
going
what
to
was
the
the
Black
point of bringing
American.
up
So
my
hold on.
skin
So wait.
color?
I'm trying to break it down for you so you can basically understand. Okay. So with the Black American man, whether he's dark, light skinned, or whatever, nationality holds higher value. So if you are a a dark, let me be very specific, a dark skinned Black American man versus a Colombian dark skinned man, the treatment would go more towards the Black dark skinned American man because why his nationality holds more weight.
We just talked about this. You're not explaining nothing to me. This is one thing you learn about me. I don't like
You talked
repeating
about race,
conversations.
right?
But literally, have you been listening the whole time, Robert? Didn't we talk about this when
But you
maybe
asked
you
me
weren't here today,
specifically though.
Robert? We talked about this when maybe you weren't here, but
I
we talked
wasn't.
about
I
this
just jumped
when Ray
on.
was on the channel about how we talked about classism and racism in Colombia, and we talked about how being an American Black person gets you better treatment. But all that you're saying goes in alignment with what I said, that Latin America is extremely racist. Like you're just
Oh
proving what
yeah,
I'm
most
saying.
definitely. I can agree
America
with you
is
on
way
that.
more racist than the United States in terms of you being able to progress as a Black person. So I don't even understand what we are arguing here for. What like
Oh
Latin
well,
America is way harsher for Black Afro Latinos,
I
not for
agree with you
us.
on that. I didn't catch that part.
Yes, I
I
that's
agree with you on that. So I was only trying to just gain some understanding, but let you know that you as not only an American woman, but a light skinned mixed breed American, you have to not be ignorant respectfully and know that you will be treated a lot better than the darker skinned Colombian women or even the dark
you
skinned
will get
American
treated.
women.
You
That's
will get
I
treated
just want to
better.
let you know
You will
that
get treated better than a dark skin or hell, you will get treated better than a light skinned Colombian, right? And then
because
in
of my
terms of here's
nationality
the whole
though.
thing. But if you think that I'm getting treated better because of my skin color, did you think my skin color would get me better treatment? Let's take the Colombians out the equation because now you just brought dark skinned American women into it. So you
Right.
got to include the
Facts.
men in there. If you think because of my skin color, I would get treated better than you all because you are dark skinned. My question is, why are y'all taking y'all ass over there then?
Absolutely.
Why
Hold
deal
on,
with
wait.
that?
So
You got to deal with it in
okay, let me
America.
answer that. Okay, so you had two parts to that question. You said, "Will you get better treatment?" Yes, that's your answer to part A. Part B: why are Black American men over there? Is because the women mess with the brothers out there,
And don't
regardless if they're dark
complain. You
skinned.
have decided that pussy is more important than basic dignity. Don't complain. I don't
Hold
want to
on,
hear
wait.
that
What do you
shit.
mean about what do you mean about
Somebody,
dignity?
somebody. To me, if I felt like somebody was gonna mistreat me because of the color of my skin, now my dignity, how you view me as a human being, is coming into
Hold on,
question.
wait. But when
You
I was
can't
talking
complain
about the
about.
dark brothers, I wasn't talking about in the context of comparing a light skinned woman to a dark skinned man. Like, come on, listen, please, just listen, okay? I was not making a comparison with you to the dark skinned brothers. I was putting you guys in different boxes when it comes to treatment, okay? Now with the dark skinned brothers, that whole color game gets thrown out the window in Colombia because nationality plays a higher role because it's higher value.
You saying two? You
Okay,
saying
so
two things,
specifically,
sir? You're not being consistent. Because then I just gave you nationality plays a higher role, but then you wanted to go back and say, but yeah, but even you being a light skinned American, you gonna get treated than a dark skinned American woman, and you gonna get treated than a dark skinned American. Like you're saying these things, and then when I'm saying, well,
because
if
they
you
all
really feel
play a
like
key
people feel that
role.
way towards you, then why are you going over there? Who cares? If it's not important enough for you to stay out of their country, why are we having a conversation about it? It must not be that bad. See, here's the thing. I don't like it when people complain about racism, but then you choose to bring yourself
But
into
but
that
what
environment.
brothers are complaining about racism though?
This whole
I don't get that
conversation
part.
has been about racism. This whole this whole even Flint. Oh, do we think it's racism? Why the Colombians have such a problem with the passport bros and their behavior? My whole thing is, if y'all have to keep questioning it, if y'all have to keep trying to attribute it to racism, you gotta, like, America, you are an American citizen. Like, to an extent, you have to deal with that bullshit. Y'all do not have to deal with that from other people and their cultures. Y'all are choosing to go over there and overlook certain things because y'all are deciding that the pussy is more worth it. In that case, I don't want to hear it. I'm tired of this conversation about racism when y'all are going to countries that you are not from and don't have to be in. I don't give a damn. Yeah, let's say they racist. Let's say they racist from Sunday to Sunday. You still going over there. At the end of the day, you still gonna go over there. You still gonna be over there messing with their women. You have decided that is
But
more.
who says they're racist? Or can you give me some examples verbatimly?
A lot of guys been saying. A lot of guys been saying it.
Conversation. Are we having the same conversation?
A lot of guys like what though? Can you give some clear examples?
I mean, bro, just go on YouTube. These YouTube
No,
streams and
I'm
stuff.
asking you specifically, since you said that there's guys that are racist
bro,
on campus, bro. So
I sat on a 5-hour stream,
are the
bro.
examples? Okay, so it should be so it should be
stop
simple
asking me a
to give
question
me
and
one
over
example.
talking. Stop asking a question and over talking.
Okay, give one example.
So
go ahead.
I got 500 examples in all my threads.
Okay, just give me one. Just give me one.
It's right there. I could say go do research.
Oh my god, you see this dude is bobbing and weaving, bro. You can't even have a conversation, bro. Let me go back to Mariah because this dude doesn't even have the intellect to give one simple example.
Go to Homies Hub 5-hour stream and you see a whole bunch of guys crying about being racist. Here's
just
the
give
truth.
one example about them being racist.
Y'all come into someone else's country.
You see, this dude doesn't even have the intellect to give one simple example of the problem that he brought up.
You don't act right, and then you get calling people racist when you don't act right. It's very simple.
So you can go watch the stream. He just gave you one example of the stream he did with the Homies Hub. It's like you being argumentative for the sake of being argumentative.
No, I just asked him give me one example, which I didn't hear because everybody was talking.
You're not accepting the answer. He gave you the answer.
Okay, what was his answer? I apologize. I didn't hear his answer, so can you repeat it?
I did a 5-hour stream of Homies.
Wow, so this dude is whack, bro. You keep saying go to some stream. I'm asking you directly, personally.
Because I'm telling you where it's all at. You're talking about whack.
Okay, this dude ain't gonna answer the question. You're not gonna give me one example. Like you don't understand direct answers, bro.
Get 50. I told you to get 50.
I'm gonna let you go because I want to have a productive conversation.
I know this is the problem with these guys is we can't get anywhere talking to them because they just the IQ level is so low, man. Like it's just like what the fuck.
Man, I'd rather you not focus on that. I was the one that mentioned the racist. I just noticed it a little bit. That's all. I'm not saying you racist. I forgot your name, Rob. Right? I'm not saying you racist. I can see why people may think you racist because you kind of going hard and you call it like it seems like every black man that's travels is a passport bro, and that's far.
That ain't what he said though. That ain't what he ain't never said. Every black man that travels.
But it seems like when you're having a conversation, right? Even you the way you talk is like. Every brother that's traveling, even though it might be traveling for. But
here's the problem, Flick. I can explain. Bro, Flick. Every time, here's the thing. I cannot battle y'all's insecurities and the stuff that y'all project on me that I've never ever said. I get on my stream every single night and I say, I literally was just on here with Ray talking about the black men who have settled down in Colombia, that have families, that have businesses, that are married to regular women. I talk about it on YouTube. I talk about it on Instagram. I talk about it on TikTok, that there are black men who are really coming down here, really getting in marriages and starting businesses and doing the right thing. And the passport bro movement is overshadowing it. I've also talked about the fact I've also talked about the fact that there are plenty of black men who travel and they are not looking for sex. I had black friends who moved to Colombia because they moved for a job. But guess what? is getting overshadowed because the passport bros are louder and it's become bigger. But here's the thing, I can't battle with y'all's insecurities. I can't battle with every time y'all hear a criticism of what certain people are doing. Now it's a projection. Now everybody hate black men. Now everybody attacking black men. Now we think all black men are the same. I can't keep battling that. I can't keep on making all these disclaimers to make y'all feel comfortable because there's insecurity.
We don't want to hear from women telling black men what to do. We don't want to hear from white men telling what black men should do.
Good. I'm so glad y'all finally said it, because you know what? Look, Mariah, you guys just said it. Here's the deal, right? You don't want to hear it from a white man. You don't want to hear it from a woman. But guess who isn't speaking up loudly at the poor behavior? To Mickey List, one of the OGs that's in here, where your content at calling out the bad behavior? Where's BMT's content at calling out the bad behavior, right? There's guys out here that aren't with it, right? But guess what they do? They send it to me instead for me to call it out, right? Because your own community ain't doing it.
I've been telling you, it's black men that say, but hold on. When there are black men who speak out against it, y'all don't want to hear it when they say it either. Y'all don't want to hear it when Andre say it. Y'all don't want to hear it when Kari HQ say it. There are black men. Y'all don't want to hear it when Bates speak up against it. Y'all don't want to hear it when Travel Time with Paul talk about certain behaviors. Y'all don't want to hear it from nobody.
Right. All those guys is hypocrites because they've been participating in pay for play.
But nobody is telling y'all not to participate.
I know that. What I'm saying, even Rob agreed that he did it, but at the same time, what I'm saying is that the pay for play is not the picture. What I'm talking about is that the animosity toward black men that go out there and do pay for play when that's the point that's talking about it. And then you saying that every man that's traveling, why don't just keep quiet about it? There's only a small minority of people that talk about it that have YouTube channels. So we talk about the other men that traveling out there, but they still being tainted as bad passport bros or bad brothers that travel, and they haven't broadcast that they doing it because they don't have no channel. There's a majority.
But that's my point. That's why we're going after the men on YouTube. You know why? Because they paint a narrative. We're going after the men that are on these platforms. We're going after the men that are in these WhatsApp groups and stuff like that. You know why? Because there are men that's doing it on the low, but still being respectful and following the laws of the land. There are men that ain't even traveling for that. There are men that have families. And these men shine a very negative light on all of them, because guess what? We live in a world where social media is the name of the game, and social media controls narratives. Social media makes shifts within cultures. So it is important. And that's what I'm saying. Instead of y'all coming over here telling us, oh, well, you're making a case to me, it's black men that don't do that. Hell, y'all don't check Homie's Hub when Homie's Hub literally got mad at Kari HQ because Kari HQ said he don't do pay for play. Homie's Hub literally wanted him to shut up and not say that. Why didn't y'all go flood his comments and say, hey, Homie's Hub, that's not right. You shouldn't get mad at him because there's plenty of black men that don't do pay for play. Or guess what, Homie's Hub? It's plenty of black men that don't want y'all talking about that on the internet. So you shouldn't be on the internet talking about it like that. Right. Like, y'all never go check these men. Y'all always want to check the person that's giving y'all sound advice.
Right. I guarantee you, 99%, 90% of men that goes overseas in one way or another is paying for it. Even though they might claim that they're not
paying for it.
I'm not saying that I go over
one way or another. Y'all think a man taking a woman on a date is paying for it? Yeah. Here's the thing. Let's say every man is paying for it. What we are saying is we don't want that shit broadcasted online. We don't want the women of these countries being talked about in a very disrespectful and derogatory way online. It's basic human respect, and people could have been doing what they were doing in silence, but people want to be loud. They want pats on the back, and they have something to prove to other men. But don't come over here getting upset with us when we're like, we tired of it. It's ridiculous and we over it. Y'all go talk to those men who are out here literally embarrassing us, embarrassing our culture, and embarrassing themselves. Game Changer, was there something you wanted to say?
Not on this particular topic, so I'll let you all finish. The whole racism.
Game Changer, you a red pill. Tell me you're a red pill dude. Tell me your history. You're a red pill dude that hate black women. So you tell me your history.
Okay, so I want to label myself. Thank you.
Okay.
No, I do not hate black women. However, they have created a subculture that's very, very, very disturbing and, quite frankly, unappealing. That I do call out, just like they feel it necessary to call out passport bros. I feel it necessary to call out the current culture of Black American women. That's pretty much. What is it, Flip?
No, I'm saying that's who you are. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for the super chat track, Team Malicious. Men behaving badly is on them. Trying to hold a whole movement responsible for that is unfair. BMT has calling it. These men are saying they're a part of the movement, is what we're saying, Team Malicious. These men are saying they are a part of the movement.
I get it.
The world is nationally recognizing. They're not recognizing. Nor do they care. If y'all came and try to explain to it now, they so fed up, they don't give a damn. They do not care because guess what? They live in these places. They see what's going on with their own eyes. You cannot gaslight them, right?
Right.
So,
stop interrupting.
PMT has called it out many times, but it won't ever be enough. You're right. It's not going to ever be enough because these locals are seeing and they're living it. So it's not going to be enough. We're past the point of explaining. We're past the point of giving dictionary definitions. Nobody cares. You know why? Because he doesn't control their behaviors. And I never said he controls their behaviors. The criticism that Robert and I were giving him was that he did not give a fair assessment as to why the behaviors of these men has contributed to the deportations and to this hostility that these people feel in these countries. He just chose to brush it off as them people ain't a part of the movement. We don't know them. And a lot of this has to do with people just hating on and being racist toward the black man. That's it. He was not willing to truly wrestle with the part that these men have played and why people feel the way they feel. I'm not saying it's his fault that they behave the way they behave. I'm saying he was unwilling to give a fair assessment of the situation. He just played the race card because it was the easy thing to play.
Right. Can I
Okay.
I can wait.
After Flint, I want to go to respond to that.
Okay, let me give Mariah. Let me give you this fun fact, and this is once and for all. Try to remember from now on. BMT. I've been here since day one when it came to when the brothers traveling and creating YouTube channels and everything like that. Since like around 2017, 2018, when it became like people are creating channels and everything. BMT did not coin the word passport bros or the word passport bros. He did not coin. What he did is when passport bros stopped being mentioned over the internet, he was at the time he was saying, I'm not part of it, I'm not down with that, because it was like he didn't think of it. But then nobody really claimed it, that they coined it first. So what he did, he coined it. I think he trademarked it, and then guess what? He built an app around it. So he have a financial interest in the word in the words passport bros or the term passport bros. That's why it's out there, keep on being out there, and that's why he defending it, because he didn't coin the word. He did not coin the word. Mm-hmm. And so he basically he trademarked it, and he created an app, and now that disrupted his business, of course, because he when it comes to app, you want more people to use it than otherwise. So it brings negative publicity on it. So and then that's his fault by creating an app that it could go one way, it could go south. Once somebody associated, like for example, what happened to Floyd and stuff. So that's it. That's the history. So whenever he comes up and say that he created the word, he did not coin it. And I don't care what I have to say. I spill the beans because he be hating on New York brothers, and I'm from New York. And I'm tired of listening to his lies and all that kind of stuff that he coined the word when he did not do it. And he the one that keep on talking about and defending it because he have an app around it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's basically
okay. I see what you're saying. So you're saying the reason why he did not necessarily come at it from a more balanced perspective is because his money is tied up in the situation.
Exactly.
Okay, it makes sense. It makes sense. But he got to know, even if he was doing it with an agenda in mind, people was gonna criticize him for that. And a lot of this has to do with, here's the thing. Here's the reality of the matter. It's big money involved in all of this. That's why a lot of these men are not gonna stop doing what they're doing. Now we're speaking up against it just because it's like American to American, we're being accountable. But a lot of these dudes are not gonna stop till they get shut down. They're not gonna stop till they get banned from countries. They're not gonna stop until the rest of us feel the consequences of their behavior and stricter visa restrictions and things like that. They not gonna stop till they get to the worst case scenario. A lot of them not.
Can I say one more game changer and you could go right after, I promise. You know Tariq Nasheed, right? You talk about tellers and all that?
Yeah, I know him.
Those who did that creep cam stuff is not from Black Americans. All of them is Haitians. All those guys that's Haitians that doing that creep cam stuff that did it in the past. But guess what? It goes, when those creep cameras go to passport bros or Black Americans that we the one doing it, we haven't been one doing it. All the big names out there. Matter of fact, the bigger names out there that they travel on YouTube is Haitian. Ace Live and Check and Effect. They're both Haitian. I ain't saying they're doing anything wrong themselves, but I'm just saying a lot of brothers that might be attached to whenever it goes down, always Black Americans, but sometimes it be Haitians, it be different people from other countries, Africans, like for example, Homie Hub is what, African Nigerian.
Instead of speaking on Black American issues and don't share no history with us or nothing. Steady inserting himself into our affairs, our business, talking about our racial politics. When, sir, you was able to come, your parents, I don't know if he was born on the mainland, but at the very least, your parents were immigrants. They were able to come to the USA and they was able to take you out of poverty and obscurity. And you got so much negative to say about the United States of America when your family don't have no stake in the game and what's going on over there. Your family didn't help build that country. I got, in my opinion, I'm gonna keep it all the way 1,000. I feel more shared history with a white American whose family been in the United States for hundreds of years. Especially if it was a white American that came, not all white American. My dad's family didn't own slaves. They came during the Gilded Age. Like, I have more in common with a white American than a Nigerian trying to come over and agitate racial issues between white American and Black Americans. Like, I don't go for none of that shit.
Hey, real quick, not to cut y'all off. I gotta go, but I want to share something with y'all because I just got a text message. One of my wife's family members has been missing in Venezuela since the earthquake. I just got a text message, no bullshit, just now from his phone, from someone texting saying that they're not him, that he was pulled from the rubble and he's in the hospital and he's alive. And they just, my number was the first number that popped up in his phone.
Yeah, I'm happy for you. Happy for you,
yeah.
brother.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you. Jesus.
Yeah. So we've been worried since we haven't heard from him since Tuesday. And I guess maybe I was probably the last person he was talking to when stuff happened. So they just text messaged me. I got to go talk to my wife and figure out a way for her or whoever to get to Venezuela and be in the hospital with him.
Yeah, happy for the good news, brother.
Thank you, guys.
God bless you. Safe travels for y'all. Praying for the best.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Goodbye.
Bye. Well, at least we got some good news.
Yeah, shout out to him for that good news. Man, since Tuesday to sit and wonder and worry for that long is I can see how that could be nerve-wracking and emotionally draining. But it's good that he got some news at the end.
I'm having to log off of social media too because people keep sharing. I don't like seeing kids hurt, and they keep sharing these videos with the people, and I'm like, bruh, I can't, because every time my mind flashes to my daughter.
Looking at that, you got to stop looking at them, right?
Yes,
you
having to get off. What'd you say?
No, I was telling Flip that he interrupted you. You were in the midst.
Yeah, but this is one thing I will say. I want to bring it back, just kind of thinking about, and I've been thinking about this with the whole situation since the whole thing in Venezuela happened. And it's like, we have natural disasters in the United States, and sometimes they're not handled all the way correct. You know, Katrina, one of those. But like, as much as, you know, I'll forever, even if I never move back to the United States, I'll forever be grateful for the opportunities that it provided me, and me knowing that, like, if something like this were to happen in the United States, they are more than likely ready to respond. It wouldn't have been this bad to where people are just waiting so long. So we gotta just forever be grateful to our home country. I don't, you know, a lot
You're
of
very
people
young.
don't.
Were you around for Katrina?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was alive. Yeah, all the people from Katrina moved to Texas.
They were waiting on those rules for a long time.
Yeah, I mean they were, but and that's I just brought up Katrina. I said it's not always handled the best way,
Okay,
but
fair enough.
for the most part, we here's the thing: natural disasters, logistics, nature is very hard to combat. But I say if anything like that is gonna happen, the best country you can be in is gonna be I ain't even gonna hold you, the United States. If you want to be anywhere during a natural disaster, the country where you're gonna get the best response, it's not gonna be the perfect, but the best response is gonna be the United States. It just is what it is.
I understand what you're saying. So back to what we were saying a moment ago about BMT and his approach to. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
BMT and his approach to handling, you know, what dude was saying. I think that it's an adequate approach, given that what BMT's goal is to disassociate himself from the bad actors who are claiming the title, if they're even claiming the title, and the others who choose to associate them with the Passport Bros because they want the Passport Bros to have a bad name. So I understand that that is the best course of action. I think that both you and him are, in a passive aggressive way, deliberately trying to reattach the Passport Bro logo to this bad behavior.
Here's the thing: I can't do anything. Let me be very clear. If I never get on here and say and Passport Bro never leave my mouth, I never talk about it at all, the Colombian people still gonna feel the way they feel about y'all. And a lot of these people in these other countries still gonna feel the way. I don't have to do anything. All I have to do is to continue to let these other men online run amok. I don't have the power my platform ain't big enough to reattach or make or break no opinions, to be
Neither
honest.
is his. However, hold on, Flip. However, you place that responsibility on him and you say that he's irresponsible. So just like your platform don't have the power to change the behaviors of individual freemen, he don't either. But what he can do, his best to do, is assure that they don't tarnish the reputation of something that he helped to create.
It's already, my point is,
no, I understand it's already a problem.
And giving some textbook definition,
no.
And without saying, he don't have to say it's my fault they're behaving this way. No, what he could have said was, yes, there are men that are online. They are saying they are Passport Bros. They are behaving in this way, and because of their actions, it has tarnished the Passport Bro movement, or what people believe it is. And it is causing these deportations. What he chose is to say, those people aren't Passport Bros at all. And then to pull the race card of people have a problem with Black men traveling and all of that and breaking free of the matrix. When it's like, sir, there are very real actions that led to people having the opinions that they had, and you can't attribute it to race at all. The only thing is that Black men are the loudest and most obnoxious about what they're doing. And of course, it's garnering more attention. So I didn't say he had to take responsibility for what these men were doing. I'm saying he was very disingenuous, and he did not assess the situation fairly.
Okay, by having the conversation with him about these individuals is making it a Passport Bro issue. Your desire to have the conversation, with the quote unquote founder or leader of the Passport Bros, is making it a Passport Bro issue. And now, because you're discussing it, it's a problem that a leader of the Passport Bro movement has to address, but he doesn't, because these are individuals because these are individuals behaving.
It was a public. Hold on, I just reacted to an interview he did with Jamie, and Jamie asked him the question. So it was a conversation that was being had.
Jamie the person that was here?
No, Jamie. This is on a response to an interview that BMT did on Jamie's channel. I think the channel is called Travel and Motivate. So that conversation was already had publicly. We are just giving our opinions on what was said.
Well, you were asking a question.
Our opinions on what was said.
Well, the person that was up a moment ago, he was asking a question more than giving an opinion, but that question was meant to keep the conversation going and associated this behavior with Passport Broism. He only has to, explain, apologize, or address it as a problem if it's under his movement, but it's not. So he don't have to address it at all. And he's behaving as. I'm sorry.
Jamie was the one who asked him a question. So you
I get it. I get it. I was addressing it with the person earlier that was here, because he stated that he posed the question to BMT.
Yes, but even Rob was addressing what was said on Jamie's channel, and he have a right to disagree and say no.
Okay, fair enough. I was disagreeing.
Yeah, you can't.
Well, I'm not going to address somebody that's not here. I'm not going to address Rob.
You can't just unfairly make it seem like people out of nowhere are just associating random behaviors with the Passport Bros. No, these men are claiming very hard that they are Passport Bros movements. They are a part of the Passport Bros. They have immense support. They're in these group chats. They are holding these parties. They have these websites. They're hosting these whatever type of party. I don't know what's going on at these parties, to be honest, but like they are very much saying they are a part of this movement.
Once again, this is you trying to reassociate. Once again, this is you trying to reassociate them with Passport Bros. No.
You
Understand
piss me off, game changer. They're saying
I understand that.
You associate them. They've associated themselves.
I get it. I get it. Here's what happened. They associated themselves. BMT disassociated himself. Let me finish.
Like what?
They associated themselves. BMT disassociated them. And then you're trying to say, no, but they're doing this. They're Passport Bros for this reason.
They're still reassociating themselves.
And so are you. And so are you.
Here's the thing. It don't even fuck. First of all, here's the thing. People not dumb. That's another thing.
Yes, they are. Many are.
I see a lot of men. They'll come in my comments. Oh, Passport Bros, we're just doing XYZ, right? Then I see them over on them other channels, and it's like they got a completely different personality. And this is what I'm saying. The locals are thinking like this too. The locals don't believe that shit. So it don't even matter what I'm trying to tell you right now is this shit bigger than me. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what I think. Y'all are never going to convince the locals that you were there for the right reasons, so long as this other foolishness and riffraff continues. So long as they continue to see people say one thing and do another. So long as they all this stuff is going on the internet and they don't see, hey, well, if y'all the good ones, it's kind of like during the whole situation with police brutality and Black Lives Matter, when there were good police saying, oh, well, there are good police. And we were telling them, well, why don't y'all call out the bad police? Where are y'all at to call out the bad police? We don't hear nothing. It's crickets. This is what people are saying to the so-called good Passport Bros that are just there to buy property and get traditional wives. They're saying, well, if this is not representative of your movement, then why aren't y'all checking these men that are saying no? This is what they're talking about. So y'all rather spend more time trying to check me than trying to check them. Go check them. Come at their neck. Come at their throat. Tell them they misrepresent them. Make videos. Make whole channels dedicated to coming at their neck and throat. No, y'all rather come over here and argue with me and talk about I'm the one that's that's making the perception of y'all bad. When those men are the one doing the most damage to whatever perception y'all think that the locals have, you would be better spend your time right now, Game Changer, going to one of their channels and charging their ass all the way to fuck up for misrepresenting themselves.
Right. So that is something that I have and consistently will do. However, I do understand the tactic that's at play here, and that is an attempt to echo the bad reputation as much as one can.
Sir,
though it doesn't have a major impact, it does reveal intent.
We're not going to get nowhere with this
Okay, fair enough. There's another conversation I want to have.
You're not seeming to understand that the like, you're, no. Your biggest enemy right now is them the ones that's causing the most harm. They on that other side.
Call them out.
Those are the ones. Because here's the thing: what I say will have absolutely no merit if they're not engaging in that behavior. If what I'm saying is not matching up with the reality that people are seeing and experiencing in their own culture, they're not gonna give a damn what I have to say.
Oh, that's exactly how I feel about Black women. That's funny. Okay,
so that's fine. But here's the thing: I could never say another word. And these people are still going to feel the way that they feel so long as the behavior continues. So again, your energy is best spent over there with them men.
Fair enough. At this point, if Flit doesn't have anything, I'd like to address a different topic.
Flit, did you have something you want to say? Flit, did you fall asleep? Flit. Flit.
Well, he's not responsive.
Okay.
So.
All right. Go ahead, Game Changer.
Yeah. So absent him, I want to say that there are a number of ways that I see people with very poor ethnic reputations trying to salvage their poor ethnic reputation. One of the ways, and this is what I've seen you do, is to pretend like it doesn't exist. That the poor ethnic reputation doesn't exist, and to also pretend like from their point of view, they have never seen the ill behavior or the ill diet or the ill hygiene. So, I don't think
want to make this a conversation about Black American women. The fact of the matter is, Black American women don't have a bad reputation in Colombia. A Colombian man just came up here and told you himself we don't have a bad reputation. Ain't nobody stunting us. We not all over the news in Colombia. That's y'all. That's what I'm saying. Like, we don't got shit like we don't. Yes, it's ghetto Black American women in the United States. And it's a faction that make us look bad. And when I was in the United States, I was calling them heifers out, right? But Black American women globally, like when we go to Japan, all these is Southeast Asia, when we over here in Colombia, we do not have the reputation. We don't have as near a nefarious reputation as the Black American male has garnered himself since 2020. We absolutely do not. And we're not going to play like we do. They don't got our faces plastered all over the news. They not ready to put us out their country. They not ready to pounce on us. Black American women, for the most part, know how to get somewhere and sit the hell down when we go to these other people's country. So again, I understand you have negative perceptions of Black American women. You don't like Black American women. That's cool, but we're not going to sit up here and be intellectually dishonest and pretend like Black American women in Colombia have just as bad of a reputation as Black American males in Colombia, because we absolutely don't. And Black American women are not going to Colombia en masse and participating in risky behaviors. We're just not.
No, I think that there's a misunderstanding. I didn't say that they had an ill reputation in Colombia. I didn't really specify a nation at all. Nevertheless, I'm in America and they have a very ill reputation here. And the method to address the ill reputation that they have locally, let's just leave it with that. I've seen you do, and, we can rediscuss the method to mask the ill behavior. But I noticed that the method isn't as you suggested, and that is women who are not about that life calling it out. In a previous conversation that we had, you said that, you are reluctant to do so because you will be ostracized, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That there's consequences.
That ain't what I said.
I'm paraphrasing, but go ahead.
You were specifically talking about hair, right?
Yeah.
That's why I say I don't call out Black women about Black women wearing weaves and whatnot. And I explained to you why, not because I would be ostracized. I explained to you too, because again, I used to work in the Latina clubs. Them heifers got extensions and tracks and sew-ins and all kind of stuff too. Y'all just don't say nothing because it looked like they hair. They got all that. So what am I?
Yeah, and I explained that.
Women for wearing weave, and again,
Absolutely.
Hold on, is that really hurting anybody or causing any type of damage to society? I'd rather spend my energy addressing negative behaviors that impact people. Whether or not a Black woman put a weave in her hair, she can go a whole month, 2 months without washing that hair. That didn't do no harm but to her and her scalp. When she find out she gonna start balding early because she don't wash her hair like she's supposed to be washing. But that don't have,
just like it harms, just like the Passport Bros Act, or those who claim it, just like their actions, harm the ethnic reputation of others. The Black American women's actions with their hair harm the ethnic reputation of Black American women.
Do you think Black American women wearing a weave or a wig is the same type of behavior in scope and magnitude as Passport Bros recording women unknowingly and sending it putting it in a group chat with hundreds of thousands of men, nude pictures of women who are being recorded unknowingly? Do you think that is the same type of societal damage?
No.
Okay.
I do think that a lot of Black women's behavior, in addition to their poor hair hygiene.
Forget the hair. Nobody cares. Honestly and truly, nobody cares about Converse. You care. The rest of the world don't give a damn. Like, if you're going to talk about behavior, then focus on the behavior.
Well, we're deflecting now. The behavior of local Black American women is atrocious.
It's a petty grievance. All of it, like, what?
What's going on?
You're giving zero grace to Black men, specifically Chittanoy. This is what I'm saying. Y'all be putting y'all insecurities off on me. Now,
what am I insecure about?
I'm not talking about to you right now, Game Changer. I'm responding to this comment.
Oh, gotcha.
So I will literally sit up here and talk about the Black men. I even talked about a Black man that owns like one of the best pastry shops that I've ever had. Forget in just Colombia. I will talk about the Black men who are getting married. I will come on here and talk about Black male friends that I have that are in Colombia, and my camera's out of focus, and they came to Colombia for a job, not because of women, right? And I will talk about Black men who are doing the right thing, who are now having to deal with negative consequences that have come from this movement being put online. And the conversation goes back to, I don't give Black men grace. This is why we cannot progress in our culture, because y'all too busy wanting people to shut up about the people that's on bullshit, and it comes at the expense of people who are not on bullshit.
Okay. I do want to say that I agree with you.
Who have to deal with the consequences of these negative perceptions that y'all want the rest of us to be quiet. Y'all so protective of these other men that's on foolishness. No, it's not. Nothing's not gonna change until you can call your own out. And I'm tired of being.
Then call out Black women. Nothing's ever gonna change until you could call your own out. Call out Black women. That's what I'm asking.
What do you want me to call Black women out for?
Okay,
sir?
I'll list it. We'll start with the attitude, then we'll continue with the hair, then we'll talk about the fat, then we'll talk about the ill child rearing, then we'll talk about the sexual irresponsibility, then we'll talk about the loud, obnoxious behavior, then we'll talk about the setting brothers up, then we'll talk about the divorce rate. Cause some, do I have to
all of these behaviors that y'all willingly accept from other races of men? Let me explain to you something, Game Changer.
From other races of men?
Wait. My channel is about international travel. My channel is about international travel. My channel is about real shit. All of these grievances that you have about Black women in America, you need to make a channel and you need to go talk about it. Okay, well then go talk about that shit.
I do.
We are talking about international, and on this channel, let me be very clear. On this channel, we talk about international travel and international affairs that affect Americans and our perception on how we are viewed, our visa statuses, all of that internationally. This is not a channel that I'm ever going to come on, especially considering the content that I talk about. I'm not going to talk shit about Black women here on this channel. I have talked about how Americans in general need to lose weight, and I have talked about how living abroad and how the food and walking and the culture will help you lose weight. I work out. Like, what you want me to do is sit on here all day and talk about Black American women, but Black women ain't acting a fool enough abroad for us to even be a conversation of international discussion.
Okay,
Nobody.
Mariah, are you there?
I'm sorry, y'all. My internet going in and out. Black women is not a diss. That means y'all going places and you sitting the fuck down. And on an international level, nobody gives a fuck about Black women. Mm-hmm. We're not a topic of discussion. We're not a part of the conversation. They never gave a damn about us because Black women going to other countries and sitting all the way the fuck down. Nobody cares.
That's good. I'm glad they can sit down somewhere.
But you want me to talk about Black women on my channel when they're irrelevant to the discussion.
Okay, can I state why I brought this up on your channel? First of all, you constantly bring it up when you talk about them preferring, or local men preferring lighter skinned women over darker skinned women and things like that. So it is a subcategory of your umbrella topic. Nevertheless, the last time you were on here and I was in that chat room, you said something to the effect that Black women are raised a certain way, that Black women are raised to be wives, and Black men, unfortunately, are not raised to be husbands. Now,
that wasn't a Black versus white discussion.
I didn't bring up white people.
Black people discussion. We were just talking about how the men in the comments were saying that women need to be raised to be wives and that men don't need to be raised to be husbands. It was not a racial conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And
I do remember. I'll look it up again and I'll review it on my channel.
Raise women to be wives because when they grow up, the men don't want to be husbands if you're not raising them to be husbands. And what it does is it does is create bitterness, and it creates an imbalance. So no, you can't be telling women they need to be raised to be wives while at the same time not raising the men to be husbands. That makes absolutely no sense. Who they gonna grow up and be wives to?
Okay, fair enough. So I heard your statement and I wanted to respond to that. So, and I could have swore I heard you say Black, but I review it on my show. I review the comment on my show. Okay. Nevertheless, I disagree with modern women being raised to be wives. I think that just by the label modern women means that they were raised entirely different than previous generations of women, and that they are culturally entirely different than previous generations of women by a long shot. It's the men that were still raised with traditional values, with the American dream goal in mind. It's the women who were raised with including yourself, who was raised with the, put yourself first mentality. And you even admitted it on the same stream when you talked about how your grandmother, or your great grandmother, her efforts in rearing you was to put yourself first.
Did my great grandmother raise me, or did I tell you about a piece of advice?
No, I said put effort. I said put effort.
Did I tell you about a piece of advice that she gave me when I was 23 and already grown?
Yeah, I say put effort, but however, nevertheless, That mentality is not wifey. Therefore, your grandmother was not grooming people or your great grandmother. So for 4 generations, you have a woman who was not
Why are we having
grooming.
this discussion? I really don't
I
care.
asked
Okay.
permission to change the
I'm gonna
topic.
concede your point. I was not raised to be a wife. Who gives a fuck?
Okay, because that goes to a greater point. What I want to do is I want to counter your assertion that the women in the U.S. are raised to be wives and the men are not raised to be husbands. I say
I'm giving into what you're saying because I don't want
okay,
to
that's
continue
fine.
this argument, right?
That's fine.
But what I will say is the women that I grew up with, we know how to cook, we know how to clean, all that. Y'all definition of what a wife should be is not going to be the same because it's all to fit your egotistic narrative of what you feel like a woman should be to you in your life, which is fine. It's not enough for a woman to just know how. Like, here's the thing: I don't want to have this conversation. I don't care. I really want to get off.
I wouldn't want to either.
My channel is not a freaking gender war conversation about the shit going on in the United States. I do not care.
I get it. I just wanted to address something that you said a couple of days ago. You agree with me, and that's perfectly fine. We can move on to whatever international topic that you'd like to discuss.
Yes, but right now I'm ready to get off this stream because baby,
Okay.
y'all don't bore my patience tonight.
That wasn't my intent.
Bore my patience.
Okay. You have a nice day.
You as well. Okay, guys. It's been real. Y'all, I'm sorry. I am not the most patient person. I try to be, but I'm really not. And part of it is because I spend a lot of time. I don't even want to talk about it. Y'all know why I be wore out. But anyway, thank y'all to everybody. If you stuck with me this long, this has been a very good discussion. And I will see y'all back here. I'm going to come on tomorrow night. I will be on. Saturday night, I'm going to be out and about in these streets. Okay? So I will see y'all next time. Make sure that y'all subscribe and hit the like button on your way out.